Gerald van Het Goor from the Netherlands, Mike Loeffler from Germany, Joost Zandbergen from the Netherlands. From the UK, we have Wally Oates. From Germany, we have Reines Visser, and from Germany, two more racers, Nekta Yaman and Boris Lass. So these are the first drivers out today. And just to catch everybody up, these are the first cars that have actually been out on track today. So we've had a bit of a slow start to the day just because of the weather. But that's racing. It happens quite often, in fact, lately. We have lots of drivers and the mechanics and spectators and family members out watching the proceedings and seeing what the track is like. This is the first time vehicles have been out on track. First time they've been driving with sand. We've got sawdust, sorry, not sand, out on the track. So we're going with cameraman's choice, and don't have live timing at the moment, but we're going to be working on that as we go through. So let me bring up live timing results. So you can hear the sound. 9 cars are out there. We only have one. Oh, everybody's out there. Good job, everybody. Live results. So I had some very good chats with everybody out in the pits. Some good interviews with talks with several Qualcomm racers. Number 6, flat out. That's Wally Oates. So this is going to be critical actually for that number 6 car, Wally. He's being retrieved. I think that's Patrick Schweitzer. He's retrieved it. Number 6 has got the taxi on the side of the car. So, just to catch everybody up, let's see. We've had lots of rain, and it's been pretty wet here in southern Czech Republic. So we've had, unfortunately, basically rain stops play sort of thing happening. Oh, Wally's back out and running, number 6. So there's been a few team manager meetings, and unanimous votes required on all of these. 2 gets a little bit of Bjorn and Boris come together and have to come up with some names for these sections of the track. But we'll work on that. We've got 2 rounds of qualifying, each round of qualifying just over 3 hours each. This is actually a full capacity event, which is actually really cool, I think. Just going to get situated here with some power. So if you're watching the live timing, we've got Joost Zandbergen out in front, Boris Lass in that number 9 truck, Nekta Yaman, then we have, that's our top 3, Van Het Goor, Smith, that's a much easier name to say, Loeffler, Blair, Visser, and Oates. Oates is back out and running, but let's see, he's at least a lap down. So lap times, looking at about 41 seconds if you're quick at the moment. This is obviously a short course truck. Short course taking up 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 heats. Off-road two-wheel drive, well, obviously off-road two-wheel drive taking up 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably a lot more than that. 5 heats of racing. Four-wheel drive taking up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full heats, and actually more than full, because 3 of those heats actually have 11 cars in them. So it's actually a full turnout, and we have lots of little stories have been happening. So it's been quite interesting, really, what has been occurring for everybody. We have our usual Italian racer, or not Italian, Australian racer. How do I think he was Italian? Callan Gunn is here, and he's had some. He's overcome some pretty significant issues to be here, and we'll get into that very, very lightly, briefly. But yes, from Australia, running under the Swedish flag, and we'll cover that when we get to his heat. He's coming up. Let's see. We've got a timetable. We do have names. He's coming up in the second to last race today, and that is going to kick off at 5 p.m. Central European time. He's running under the Swedish flag, but he's actually Italian. So I definitely took full opportunity to get my Gesehen in. So let's see, who are we following? We're following the pink car of number 8, and that is Nekdet Yaman. An interesting pair of names. That's very good. And I'll bring up the chat in just a no. Loeffler has dropped out of this one. Loeffler from Germany. So, well, yes, I should get back to why there's only two heats of 2 rounds of qualifying. Basically, the rain made the track absolutely sodden. And actually fairly dangerous. For I took literally a single step on the track, and nearly I slid for at least a foot, like 30, 40 centimeters. And that is, when you're not expecting it, that's a very kind of scary thing. I almost got mud on my VR46 shorts, and definitely don't want to do that, because it would have meant I would have had to wash them so that I could wear them tomorrow. But yeah, it's with these things like 10 or 12 kilos each, and they're not necessarily going as fast as the large-scale touring cars, like 70, 80 kilometers an hour or so, but they are very, very quick. And so one of the reasons was that for safety reasons, the trucks, we didn't get started with our qualifying, which was meant to kick off at about 9 a.m. this morning. Another car has stopped. I can't see the number on it because it's facing away from me, but Marshall attempting to start him, and the referee has said, okay, that's it, that's enough. He did about 10 pulls on the starter. His mechanic not in any rush to get out there. Someone else had to point and say, hey, mechanic. Okay, so we'll find out what car that is, what truck. Let's go to car number 1 is still number 8. Car number 2, the green car, is our second place car, truck, going down over the tabletop. That's a very easy one. Around the berm turn. And then we got a hairpin. And we got a triple, but I don't think anybody's going to be tripling that, not even in four-wheel drive. I say that, but I think maybe we will start getting them in some of the faster groups. Oh, getting sideways there. Kicking it up. So obviously there's the first turn. Sweeper going over the big, it's a big double jump. Nearly getting a perfect landing there. Comes off the step. And we have a little, what is it? Fairly tall double. Infield double? I'm not sure what we're going to call that one. And over the tabletop. So let's try and find like an E-shaped area so we can, or maybe an L-shaped area would be kind of cool. Named after Elcon. Right, so anyway, to continue the story, because I continually get distracted here. Yeah, so we've got qualifying was intended to start at 9 a.m. this morning, but with the track in the state that it was just truly unsafe, and the team managers voted to stop things. Number 3 is running very, very slow and very timid over those jumps. Nearly clearing it perfectly, that triple. So we actually have the number 2 and the the second place and the first place car are actually together, but I think Yaman is about to put Richard Smith a lap down. So this is the bright pink car is actually our leader, and he gets a nice pass. No contact at all. It's perfect, actually. So the cars are just starting to finish their 10-minute run. And let's see, so we've got 10 minutes, and then there's a 5-minute gap basically between rounds, or between each qualifier. So Yaman taking that one with 15 laps in 10 minutes and 3 seconds. Richard Smith taking second. We're still waiting for Boris Loss to finish in 4th, but Zandbergen has finished in 3rd. Where's that number 9 car? He's just about to come over. He's very timid over the final triple. And there we go. So Boris Loss finishing in 4th. And you'll see the rest of the results on the screen. So the next group of racers. So just a very mild turn up of something going on there. So many screens to look out for. And we're doing all sorts of things here behind the scenes to bring this amazing coverage for you, straight to you from Starec in the Czech Republic. We're about 3 hours south of Prague, and I think a couple hours north of Vienna in Austria. That's driving-wise, but as the crow flies, it's straight distance is a lot less, obviously. So we do want to thank our RCTV heroes. So we do have one who is actually watching right now. It's Olivier Vierda. Sorry if I've messed up your name, but Olivier is one of our first RCTV heroes. How do you become a hero, you might be asking? And what do you get if you are a hero? Well, first of all, you get shout-outs like this, of course. If there is a particular person that you want us to follow, we will make sure that we follow them first before we pay attention to anybody else's follow requests. So the next group of drivers are coming out just for the warm-up laps. These drivers just kind of, you're going a bit slow. I'm just going to hit you from behind and just move you a little bit. So we've got MCD, we have Elcon and Losi trucks in the short course category. I'm sure we have others. We might have Ultron, and I don't think we have Mechatech, do we? But yes, we have a smattering of brands. But yes, so for the low price of 5 unit currency amounts of your local shekels or pesos or whatever you might have. Obviously, I can't tell you exactly what it is, but it is a monthly charge, and you'll get stickers, you'll get shout-outs, you'll get primary follow requests followed. I can't remember. I'm just kind of babbling. But anyway, any requests that you have for races to follow, we will do our very best to follow them first. thumbs up from Laszlo. Laszlo here providing some on-site technical support. We got James back in the studio. James Perry. If he's been around for a while. Donkey's here. He's part of the furniture. He's literally a piece of furniture. No, he's not. No, he's a good guy. James is helping us out directly on the stream live. We got Matt back in the studio as well, helping out the guys out in Türkheim, which is where you'll find another EFRA European Championships getting decided this week. And that is the electric touring car in, I believe, fronty and full drive only. I'm not sure about, I can't remember what's happened with F1 because I've been concentrated solely on large-scale off-road. At the moment, we're watching the short course drivers get out there and get busy and get muddy. We've got Heidi Schilcock has come to a stop in the number 6 truck. Now she's back out and running. Heidi here with her son, Alfie Jack, who we had a nice little chat with earlier, and we'll see that interview later in the production, probably tomorrow. And let's see, who else do we have in this one? We've got Jürgen Takken from the Netherlands, Urs Gehrig from Sweden, Bruno Trotman from Sweden, Simon Andrew Godney from the UK, Brian Kaldenhoeg from the Netherlands, Heidi Schilcock, as I mentioned, from the UK. From Sweden, we also have Roger Kaus. From Turkey, we have Orhan Tekan. And another Turkish racer, Erdoğan Kılavuz. So since we have our first Swiss racers out there, I'd like to give them a massive apology because in the pit walk that we had earlier, I misidentified them. I didn't even see the Swiss flag. I'll just be honest. I didn't even see the Swiss flag. I just heard some German being spoken. I was like, is this Team Germany? Is this Team Austria? And one very patient gentleman said, German. I was like, oh, yes, okay, Team Germany. It's like, no, Swiss. We are Swiss. It's like, oh, yes, okay. My apologies. I'm sorry. Obviously, I think, if I'm correct, where you're from in Switzerland determines your primary spoken language. But, yeah. So, yes, good to see many countries represented here. So we've got Gehring out in front, and then we have Kaldenhoeg, Trotman, Schilcock, Godney, Kılavuz, Tekan, Takan, and Kaus. Godney has popped up in there. I think I missed him. 9 trucks in this one. Kaus is, I think, just being pulled off the track by his mechanic. So not sure exactly what has happened. See Mark Kreisig out there, Mr. R.C. Fox himself. He's out and running. He's not feeling too confident. He was one of the early European champions, I believe, in this in four-wheel drive. It may have been short course, like the first run of the first time short course was a thing. And there was, I think, maybe 2 heats of them. And now look, they're like dominating the amount of racers in the UK National Series. Over 100 racers in each of those, in each of the national events, and basically attracting the faster drivers in the national series for large-scale off-road, which is fabulous to see. And we were there. We were there in Neen Valley the first time that they were run. MCD was the, I think, was the first and only course brand to support them for quite a while. And now we've got Elcon, we've got several Losi drivers. Although Losi is, this is the only class in large scale that they cover. I'm not sure how much support they do. Feel free to shout up in chat and correct us. But I believe large scale short course, it's good fun. It's definitely good fun when you can drive side by side and not take each other out by just a brush of the wheels. And do a little bit of bumping and barging. Not too much, obviously. You don't want to decide someone's race by crashing into them. But, yeah. Good stuff. So, yes, we have had some rain delays. We are live here in the Czech Republic. Some may call it Czechia, but I think the Czechs that I talk to prefer Czech Republic. Just going to see if I can venture into the chat and see what we can see out there. So we do want to thank Elcon Models for providing, helping to bring this coverage to you. Elcon actually present in all three of the championship classes this time around. They do have a short course truck, a little bit longer wheelbase, a little bit wider than the four-wheel drive buggy, but essentially the same. It's a little bit slower, a little bit. I guess if you're sort of new to the class, it would definitely be easier to drive because it is longer and wider. But that also means it's just a little bit slower, not quite as nimble as a couple of the Elcon racers were telling us. But again, enclosed wheels, basically, running the same, I'm pretty sure the same wheels front and rear as the four-wheel drive buggy cars. But I'm sure definitely real good fun. So Super Savage saying, used to race a Losi 5.2, such a fun truck to race, yes. Simon Miller saying the track looks awesome. It is all, absolutely nothing but praise for the track and the organizers. This is the RCA Starich track facility, owned by a gentleman named Martin, who's very nice and very passionate about the RC hobby, which is always great to see. And this is actually, we're not going to be showing it on camera, just to let you know, Jim, in case we have been. But the unfinished house that's in the corner of the facility here is actually the owner's house. So again, we're not going to be showing that, but it's a nice, it's great to see such support for this class. How much clock will the, so what time, I'm assuming that you mean Timo in the chat, what time will the races be starting tomorrow? I believe we're intended to be starting at 9 a.m. The weather should hold up for us, as in remain dry for us. And we're intended to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. However, tomorrow we're looking at having all of the finals run tomorrow, from the lower finals, the sub-finals, and the main finals. Main finals probably going to be finishing under the lights. Yes, we do have lights here. And if you watch this long enough, you'll be seeing some racing under the lights today, here from Starich. At the moment, we're on the number 2 truck of Urs Gehrig. And I'll be honest, I can't tell the trucks apart very much. The MCD trucks kind of have their own body without a rear spoiler or wing or anything like that. The Losi trucks, they have a particular look to them with a built-in kicker-up spoiler on the back, and then an added, you can add extra spoilers, it seems. I don't know the technicalities of the rules, necessarily. And then the Elcon trucks, and, well, I mean, they can be fitted to anything, but a lot of the drivers like to use this very streamlined, heavily vented body shell. To be honest, I'm not a fan of it. I prefer the look of the Losi truck because it looks like a truck. It looks like a desert racing truck. It's just my personal preference. But some drivers, they just prefer pure performance, which is totally fine. This is racing after all. And you do see quite a lot of these swoopy sort of design. Not too many in this particular run. But I think we're going to be seeing quite a lot more of them, though. But large scale. So we've got two more groups of large scale racers, each with 10 drivers in them. We do have Ian Audie, our defending European champion from last year. Jack Keatley and Taylor Letchford are also both in the same heat with him. That's the final group of large scale off-road, and that is going to be kicking off Week 5 at 3 p.m. local time. And that is not very long from now. And these drivers are coming through and finishing their time. Just Urs and Bruno Trotman to finish. Bruno has come across, and Urs, I believe, also has just finished. Great. So Roger Cowles is the only one to not finish in this one. Next group of racers, they are already getting warmed up. They're in the warm-up area. We have, and then there's the pit lane, and it's a quite efficient setup here, to be honest. Drivers they even have like a little waiting area to stand and wait. Mechanics take their drivers' cars from the pit lane. They walk to their right to the technical inspection area, the scrutineering tent. And just see, Ben, do you need more room there, Ben? You okay? Okay. So 3 minutes, so it's 2 minutes since the race is finished. So it's plenty of time for any broken trucks to be retrieved and whatnot. So the next group of racers are out. And in this one, we've got Gert-Jan van Medevort from the Netherlands, Daniel Koch from Switzerland, Andrew Spence from the UK, Mark Kreisig, who I mentioned earlier. We talked with him on the pit walk, said hello to him, from Germany. Patrick Weiss from the UK, Ian Southey from the UK. From Switzerland, we got Thomas Hopf from the UK, another racer, Paul Scrace. And two more Brits, Paul Wadman and Ross Bruce. So it's a good contingent of British racers. Like I said, there's pretty much 100 racers in the national series that show up at the large-scale off-road races, which is a really good turnout, and just shows how the size of the car doesn't necessarily mean, just because they're so big, doesn't mean that they're unpopular. If anything, it's very much the opposite. These drivers back out. Or out for the first time today, I should say. 2 rounds of qualifying today. First round goes in numerical order from 1 through 14. That's right, there's over 140 racers here. It's, I dare say, I think it's the largest attendance of an EFRA championships all year. I might be wrong, but I am not sure. I stand to be corrected. I welcome the correction. There's so many racers, they had a waiting list. So there's not too many European championships you can say that about. It just shows how popular large-scale off-road has gotten. We'd love to see the same thing happen in more of the categories that we cover for EFRA here at RC Racing TV. So we'd like to thank Elcon Models for providing sponsorship to help bring you this coverage live from Starec in the Czech Republic. Let's see. Simon, at the moment, I'm not sure when you asked your question, Simon, but we're not following any trucks at the moment, not in particular. This timing hasn't actually started for these guys for qualifying yet, so just leaving it. Integrity RC saying, what's up, everyone? What's up, Integrity RC? The buggies are on in about 20 minutes. I'll give you an exact time. Two-wheel drive. So Group 5 is the first round is our first round of buggies. They're on at 3 p.m. local time. Just so you know. Okay. The next time short course is out is at 5:30 Central European time. And they will go off in Group 4, 3, 2, 1 in that order. So they'll be the first one's out again, and that will be their second and final qualifying run. Two-wheel drive will then be out from 6:30, and the last run will commence at 7:30 Central European time. And then four-wheel drive, just as with the first round of qualifying, they will be out at from 7:45 to 8:45. Actually, their last run starts at 8:45 local time, and so that means they will finish at 8:55. So 10-minute qualifying runs, and then there's a couple minutes for them to come in, and then about 2.5 minutes of warm up. So we're on, most of these drivers are on their third lap. This guy's doing 38-second laps-ish. 38 to 40 seconds per lap, which is pretty good. Obviously, each group getting just a bit faster, just a bit faster. The next group of racers includes Jack Keatley, Ian Audie, and Taylor Letchford. Ian is looking to defend his 2022 European Championship in this class, but we have Elcon racers Jack Keatley and Taylor Letchford out there to, basically take it off for him. Of course, they are both quick. Taylor, actually, has only been racing for 3 years, if you can believe it, and he's here competing with a decent shot, as decent a shot as anyone can ask for, competing for the European Championship. So how about that? That's pretty good, isn't it? But meanwhile, in this one, we've got Van Mettevort, Koch, Spence, Kreisig. Let's see where these guys are sitting. Van Mettevort in that number 1 truck. See if, I'm not sure if we're on him already. Let's see if we can spot that one. Goes the truck 1 of Van Mettevort, then the car 7 of Hop. And, Hop has just popped ahead of Van Mettevort, but we'll still look for the number 1 unless we're already on him. Even with the numbers as massive as they are, almost taking up the entire side of the trucks. Oh, there we go. Going into the first corner over the first big jump. He's the middle of the 3 trucks about to go over the double. So we've got the 6 and the 9 just in front of And behind him, those guys are, the 6 is Ian Southey, and he's, I think they're on pace. They're on the same lap, but they're actually kind of slowing Van Mettenvoort down because they're running just a little bit slower. Lap times, let's see, Van Mettenvoort, oh, well, he must have cleared him because he's just done a lot better. He has, yeah. So he's letting the 6 and the 9 battle it out between themselves as he goes over the big double. Down the step. Over the infield double. And across the back step. Over the tabletop. Around the little mini hairpin. It's a bit of a bowl, that one. And then the flat hairpin, which is probably a lot trickier. And then over the triple, just about clearing it. Oh, getting messed up, nearly getting into the pit lane, and now he's stuck behind, once again, the number 6 of Ian Southey. So now he's got to clear Southey once again. Oh, and nearly getting collected by the number 9 of Wadman. So Van Mettenvoort is the meat in between 2 slices of British bread. The Dutch meat. Oh, and he's got passed by Wadman now. So he's got all that work to do all over again now. And Wadman goes over. So that makes it easy. Let's see what Van Mettenvoort does now with Southey. So Van Mettenvoort still, he's dropped down to 4th place, but he's catching up to Southey now. Oh, who's that? Number 3. Man, massive crash from Andrew Spence. He's 8th place out of 10, so he's not battling for the lead in this one. Let's find the number 2 of Koch, Daniel Koch. Where is he out there? He's one of our leaders. He's pulling away on time. He's pulling away from Van Mettenvoort. None of these trucks have numbers in their front windows. They're only on their sides. So that makes it very handy. Oh, there we go. The number 2 is on the back section now, going over the tabletop in the green truck. Around the bowl and through the flat hairpin and around the berm. Oh, nice clearance on that triple, and he's catching up to Wadman. And is that Van Mettenvoort cleared him okay? No. Yes, it looks like Van Mettenvoort way ahead. So Koch looking to come up on traffic. There's Wadman, gets past it very easily. Number 7 truck is next. Thomas Hope from Switzerland. Around the flat hairpin, and then this. Oh man, this. I wonder what it must be so fantastic to go around the. Oh, it's not a great landing there, coming off the triple. I wonder if that was like a clutch engagement issue or something like that, or just landing flat and having a weird sort of landing. It's like no bounce almost. Oh, and the number 7 rolls of Hop. Hop, I think, is actually battling for the top spot as well. Yeah, Koch and Hop are actually running 2nd and 3rd. Then Mettenvoort has slowly made his way back up into the number 1 spot. So, running order currently, Hop, Van Mettenvoort, Koch, Kreisig, who he didn't seem all that positive about his pace, but he's running 2nd at the moment. He's doing really well. Where's he out there? Number 4 truck. Ooh, some action coming down the main straight. Kreisig, No, he just spun out a bit. He's, what do we call him the second? The infield double. And he's just coming towards us. And then now coming away from us, going towards the back section. About to go over the tabletop. Around the little bowl hairpin. This is Mark Kreisig. One of our early, I think our very first European champion in the short course truck class. Lots and lots of holes drilled into the windscreen there. With some cooling air. Plenty of air going over the air filter. All the trucks seem to be running fine. It's a weird bounce there. Track seems to be holding up okay. I didn't, in all my questions to all the drivers, well, I mean, no one mentioned any issues with the track breaking up or potholes appearing. Not a good bounce there. And down full speed in that first corner. Drifting it around the first hairpin. And it sounds like he's on his last lap. Kreisig going over the tabletop one more time. These guys are coming across. Everyone is done. I think did he miss out on his last lap? I hope not. Anyway, that's Kreisig done. So the next group already out there. So how would you like to be an RCTV hero? That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Well, what you can do on the RCTV YouTube channel, head over to the channel and find the join button. So hopefully you've already subscribed. I'm sure you've already subscribed. You can leave chat messages for us if you're a subscriber. But to be a hero and get yourself a sheet of stickers and get yourself some really cool stuff that we're working on, and you can get yourself some shout outs during qualifying and practice, just like Olivier Weirdman. And he's one of our, I think our very first hero, which is really awesome. Yeah, you can be an RCTV hero, and it's just 5 units of your preferred currency. Well, I mean, maybe not like, it depends, obviously, how, if it's Polynesian gigantic, stone mountains, maybe not those, but, or pennies and whatnot. But, £5, €5, $5, that sort of thing. And you can, rupees might be an option as well. I'm not sure. But yes, you can be an RCTV hero, and you'll get a really cool shout out if you ask us to follow anybody in if we have a moving camera during practice or qualifying. We'll definitely follow your suggestions first before we consider anyone else's. And the coolest thing is that you get a set of RCTV stickers, which normally you can only really get if you're physically present at an event that RCTV is broadcasting from. So check that out. You can also check out the merch, RCTV merch, which we're all wearing today, which is amazing. Really good stuff. We got a cool camo trucker hat with the new RCTV logo on it. We have I'm not sure if we have a windbreaker, but we definitely have a hoodie, which I'm also wearing. We have a couple different options of hoodies. We have various shirts, as I'm just watching Alfie Jack get a little wild going down the main straight. And yeah, so you can check out, there's a bunch of different shirts, and I can vouch for the softness of them, the quality of them. They're very nice. Yeah, do check that out. You can use the RCTV10 to get 10% off your first order. How about that? Very cool stuff. So the next race, we've got the fastest group of short course, large scale racers in Europe here right now on track. in front of us. 10 racers. We've got Jack Keatley. We've got Ian Audie, the defending European champion. We have Taylor Letchford. We have Alex Mulder. We have Keys Jimink. We have Fabian Morat. We have Alfie Jack Shilcock, who is definitely going to be the top junior racer in this category, I'm sure. Matthew Stokes. We have Michael Pusiat, and from Germany, Daniel Scholing. And this is not practice, this is qualifying. This is heads-up qualifying. Well, not heads-up, I shouldn't say that, because in the States that means proper racing. This is qualifying to the clock. So every driver has their own clock. I think they have started already. I believe they have. They have not. This is still practice. This is not practice. This is their warm-up period. So I think about 2.5 minutes of warm-up after the previous group has been called in. So these drivers, got Ian Audie out there. I think he's in the number 2 in the very patriotic red, white, and blue. Alfie Shilcock, I think he's running still his sort of like black and blue with white detail. Is it still? It is still Sonic the Hedgehog scheme on his car. Sorry, his truck. These are trucks. So these are very similar to the four-wheel drive buggies. Time has started, by the way. Most of these drivers are still in their first lap. We're waiting for Taylor Letchford to come across. Where is he? White truck. He is not running. He is actually in the pits. That's not good. What's happened with Taylor? He's one of our fastest 3 drivers in this group. And he's not running. Something has gone wrong. So we don't have a pit lane reporter, but he's called it quits for this one. I'm not sure what the status of qualifying is, whether it's going to be, because there's only 2 rounds of qualifying, I don't know whether it's going to be the fastest 1 round of qualifying for everybody. There's not going to be much of a throwout round, because there's only 2 rounds. I assumed, there's another driver coming off the pits. Who's that? Is anyone stuck out on track? I can't tell. But there's definitely a driver with the control. Oh, and Alfie spinning around the 0 of Daniel Scholing. I'm not sure if they've had some issues on the last lap, but let's follow these 4 cars, Jim. The last of the 4 cars. Let's see if he moves up. That's Alfie Jack Shilcock. I can't remember how old he is. I want to say he's 10 or 11 maybe? He's a young'un. But these 3 in front of him are squabbling. I'll get the numbers. Oh, and one goes sideways, gets all flipped around. Alfie, it's a 0, the 5, and the 6 is starting to shoot off. So that's Scholing, Jimink, and the 6 of Morat is pulling away from these guys because they're having a big old squabble. And ahead of them is the truck 9 of Pusiat. Now many of these are very familiar names because they are very similar names to the ones we were commentating on in Fairing last year in Austria. We've been to the Fairing track many, many times for EFRA and RCTV. But many of the drivers are just very, very uncomfortable with their English, just as I would be if I was in Germany or France or wherever, and I'd be comfortable with my 0% French ability and my maybe 2%, 1% German ability. So I don't really get to know many of these drivers like Pusiat and Scholing and Jimink. And even though English is a very common language among many Europeans, it's still, you only learn maybe a year or 2 of it in school, and, you don't want to, that's it. You can't you have someone shove a microphone and the camera in your face, it's a little bit uncomfortable. So I can understand their hesitation in wanting to talk with us. Meanwhile, we've got Ian Audie out in front, Alex Mulder and Jack Keatley. Morat, who is we were following very briefly, is in fourth place at the moment. Let's see if we can find our number two truck. It's just about the next car coming down the straight now, Jim. He's just past Shilcock. Young Alfie Jack. Okay, so actually we have our number one and number two trucks in a row here. So the number two truck is this red, white, and blue. It's more white, red, and blue, but still. Behind him is the dark and yellow truck, number one, of Jack Keatley. We talked with him, and he gave some of the ins and outs of his Elcon machine. So car 10 has been told to watch his driving, and they will get called for a stop-and-go penalty if they start to take out drivers. It looks like Ian Audie is pulling away very slightly from Keatling. We're hoping that Letchford and Keatling can give Ian a good run. We don't necessarily cheer for any particular driver. We cheer for a good race here at RCTV and EFRA. At the moment, Keatley's dropped down to third position. Alex Mulder in the number 4 truck taking over the second position. Let's see if I can spot him out on track. As Ian rolls over and gives up loads of space to Keatley. Number 0, the wild driving car of Scholing just ahead of them, and he's given them plenty of space, and he's let them go by. Nice and clean. Very good. Excellent job. Number 4 is... Okay, I've spotted the number 4, but he's kind of on his own, not doing anything supremely special. But it looks like Keatley is just going to let Ian clear the way and move traffic out of the way. So Ian is catching up to the traffic and encouraging the referees to call the traffic and make him move aside. That means he gets a bunch of, yes, he's moving quickly, but he's moving not necessarily as quickly as Keatley, who's just behind him. All over his back bumper, but Keatley, let's see. So he's only running about a second behind. If Keatley is able to get ahead of, I think Keatley's just crashed. So that'll put an end to that train of thought. Being coming under the finish line now. Keatley just going, still hasn't crossed. He's several seconds behind now. That's unfortunate. So yeah, Keatley now 7 seconds, literally exactly. How much time is remaining in this one? It's a couple minutes left, so we'll see if we can find number 4, who's just bumped up into second spot. That's Alex Mulder. Mulder on his own, just going over the first of the tabletops just in front of us, and now cranks it right onto the, doesn't quite make the landing zone, coming over the second tabletop. He's about to go over the tabletop now. Sorry, I said that was a table. It's actually, I meant a double. Coming around the flat hairpin. Over the triple, good landing. And then, gets a weird bump coming underneath the finish line. And I say underneath because it is, that's where the loop is. The loop is those, in that red and white tape that goes over the track. I presume they did that because if the trucks do start to tear up the track and make potholes and all sorts of things, you really don't want that wire that makes up the timing loop to get caught up in any of the drivetrain of these cars, or to get pulled out of the ground, because that will absolutely wreck the racing program for everybody. So the easiest thing to do is to stretch it across the track like they have done. So Ian Audie on pace for, let's see, can't see what his pace is, but he's definitely leading away with this one. Mulder only a couple tenths slower on his last lap. Wow, Ian Audie hitting 37.5. Very consistent lap times. And as we were talking to Ian, 37.5. Just have to jot that down. This is a really good lap. Anything can happen, so it's all about preparation. Racers talk about luck. It's not always, I mean, when they talk about luck, luck is getting a rock maybe stuck in your brake disc, or a marble, or stuck in your brake disc, and oh, we have a wheel that's come off the number 9 car on the main straight. Look at that. That's the Michael Pouziat from France being retrieved. He's going to lose his last lap. I think that's the last. You can get it put on if you're very, very quick, but time has already stopped. So number 9 is going to lose out on getting 16 laps, which is very unfortunate. Ian Audie, meanwhile, getting 17 laps as he finishes his run. So Ian Audie taking that one. 17 laps in 10:35. So drivers being called in now. Alex Mulder taking second with 16 in a 10 flat. Jack Keatley, one of our top 3 races for sure before qualifying started, finishing with 16 laps in 10:05. So quite a bit down from Ian, and we have no idea what happened with Taylor Letchford. Really unfortunate that so early on he wasn't. He had to leave the track. So 2-wheel drive next out. But before we get to that, let's talk about merch. Merch. If you want to stay warm, if you want to stay cool, as in cool looking, but stay warm, as in with a hoodie or a hat, you can head over to rcracing.tv or rcracingtv.com, sorry, and use the code RCTV10. That's RCTV10 to get 10% off your first order of RC Racing TV merch from the official RC Racing TV merch store. Now, there are links on YouTube, depending on what platform you're watching YouTube on, or you can just go to rcracingtv.com. You can also become a hero, and that is basically on YouTube. You can find the join button, and you'll get stickers mailed to you no matter where you're at in the world. So that's awesome. You'll get shout outs, which is always awesome. Shout outs are great. Shout outs are really fun. You'll also get priority follow requests from RCTV commentators like myself, which is also very, very, very fun. So Olivier Weirdma, I believe, is the last name. Olivier is one of our first RCTV heroes, and he's been watching. So just checking if Olivier has any follow requests. I don't see any just yet. And now I will check to see if there's anybody else who has any follow requests. Timo is saying, is it already decided in which country the EFRA race is next year? I don't know. I think there's talk, but it still has to be voted in at the AGM at the end of the year. So I believe that's coming up in October or November. And Other is saying, I have never seen this format before. Very cool. I used to race tent buggy in the 80s. Yeah, so tent buggy. Let's see. The tires are literally about half the size across. But the actual cars themselves are probably 2.5 times the length of the classic JRX2s and Ultimas and RC10 Gold chassis, that sort of stuff. They are huge. And yeah, so that's it for our commentary chat. So we do like to make sure that we mention our sponsor's name. Our sponsor is Elcon Models, and where we have the information, we will tell you when cars, what brand, what make of cars the various drivers are racing and using this weekend. Elcon, one of the more popular brands. They actually make two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, and short course. I think they're the only brand to do that. I may be incorrect, but I believe they are the only brand to do that. Two-wheel drive, obviously, only rear-wheel driven. They are kind of, I suppose it's a mid-engine, but the engine is almost all the way to the back, like the classic RC10s and low-seat cars from way back in the day, in the 80s. Got 5 cars all gaggled together. We got upside-down number 7. And that's Torsten Neske. We'll run through the drivers in just a moment. Four-wheel drive are obviously four-wheel drive. Arranged quite a bit differently than the two-wheel drive, and the short course trucks are very, very similar to the four-wheel drive, but longer wheelbases, so a little bit different drivetrain, and also wider, so again, just a little bit different. So drivetrains a bit different there. So in this race, we've got Uwe Dombrova from Germany. From Switzerland, we have Sascha Kuhs. From Germany, we have another Uwe Stumpf. From the UK, we have Craig McGuinness. From Denmark, we have Henrik Worm. Sorry if I've got that wrong. From the Netherlands, in car 6, we have Richard Hiering. From Germany, we have Torsten Neske. From the UK, we have Paul M. Diver. From Czechia, Czech Republic, we have Antonín Hadas, or Hadash. I'm not sure how to pronounce the S there, but I think it's Hadash. From Germany, we have Michael Lang, and from, I believe that is Slovakia, we have Jan Misajic. So good luck to everybody running in this one. Question in the chat: Why are these cars so slow? Well, you might think they're slow, but they're about 10 to 12 kilos in weight and nearly a meter long. So if you think they're slow, just wait until you have one of these crashing at you at about 30 or 40 miles an hour, and they're not so slow then, I guarantee you. So 1 minute down and 9 minutes left in this one. So at the moment, we've got Sascha Kuhs going out in first place in the number 2 car. Number 3 is Uwe Stumpf. Then we have Michael Lang, Craig McGuinness, Paul Diver, Richard Hiering, Torsten Neske, Antonín Hadas, Henrik Worm, Uwe Dombrova, and Jan Misajic. So we'll try and find the number 2, unless we're already on it. No, looks like they threw on him. Jim's already on it. So where's he at? Also, another reason why these cars are quote-unquote slow is that this is the slowest group of racers after time to practice. The fastest group of racers, which will, to be fair, they will be quite a bit faster than these guys by a few seconds per lap, potentially. They will be out. Fastest group of racers, including our defending European champion, I believe. No, he's in four-wheel drive. But our fastest drivers are going to be out in Group 9, which is coming out at 4 p.m. Central European time. And immediately after that starts four-wheel drive qualifying. So 2 rounds of qualifying today, and then we have the finals coming at you right in your face tomorrow. So, unfortunately, we've had the number 6 and the number 1 drop out. Very, 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 very long lap times. Where's that number 2? There he is. The green and orange machine. And also interesting, white front wheels, red rear wheels as well. Most of the cars running white spoked or dish type wheels. I've never seen one of the tires break, but curious to see why someone would choose dish or spoke wheels. And obviously, if the drivers decide to glue their own tires, they are, I suppose, they're completely free to dye the wheels as well for whatever colors they wish for look, or to match their sponsor logos or their personal racing schemes. Coming up on the number 4, Sasha is coming up on the number 4 of Craig McGuinness, who's held him up slightly. And then McGuinness gets tangled up with the number 7, who's running a very, very similar scheme to Sasha, which makes it quite confusing. So the 7 is Torsten Neska. And we have one of the Wendlers down below us. We were talking to him earlier in the pits. I can't remember if it's Walter or the other one. Wendler brothers of Austria run and operate the fairing track in Fairing. So, oh, no, it's dead. It's pull it off. Clutch is not going. The mechanic, or the marshal, not quite sure what to do. Car 9 is the next victim of the track. That's Antonin Hadash. I believe a local racer. I say local, but Czech Republic is a bigger country than you might think. That's a great place to marshal him. Number 5, unfortunately, getting marshaled. And just gets lazily flipped over directly into the path of the number 8 car, so we had to come to a complete stop. These cars running brake discs, front and rear, so when they need to come to a stop, they stop. So Sasha Kuz in that number 2 car still out in front. Uwe Stumpf running second. Diver, then Masijic, Lang, McGuinness, Neska, Worm. I think Hadash, is he back out? No, he is not. I see the car being worked on, so Hadash is out. Hadash, Hirink, and Dombrova. So this is Group 5, which is actually our first group of two-wheel drive racers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more groups of two-wheel drive, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups of four-wheel drive. Three minutes left in this one. Running order, well, no, McGuinness has popped up a bit. That number 4. See if we can give McGuinness some attention. Not too much attention. You don't want to curse anybody. Number 4 is the Union flag car about to come over the tabletop now and into the bowl hairpin. Still need to find either an L or an E-shaped section of track. E is a very difficult one for us to find on RCTV and EFRA, but L is much, much easier to find. You might have a potential of an L-shaped section in that first mini hairpin as McGuinness is coming up with a number 5 of, is that Worm? I do apologize to no end if when I mess up someone's name, I do apologize. I do like to make sure that I pronounce people's names correctly because, you know, it's their name. You've got to be proud of it. So, not quite clearing that triple. Worm, no, not making it that easy for him, but he gets past anyway. Worm getting sideways, trying to drift it around the first corner, and not quite sticking it. That allows the number 7 of Neska to get past as well, as we're still on McGuinness. So the next car behind is, now it's Neska from Germany. Running a very un-Germanic and almost British-inspired. It's almost like a Rasta sort of paint scheme with the bright yellow and bright orange and bright green, and then it's got like almost Union flag colors on the rear wing. Well, the wing, I should say. Is McGuinness running a upside down wing? It's definitely missing the side air dam on the left side, on the right side. It's a broken. Oh, now very slow rollover. That's unfortunate. Great landing there from Neska though. Very soft, pillow-like landing. Now he's got the number 5 behind him with Worm once again. So let's see where these guys are on the timing. Actually, I can see we've got, we do have a timing board up, which has the time and the car numbers, which is very handy. So McGuinness has dropped way down, well, he dropped way down the order, and then he's popped back up into 4th. So okay, but he's definitely dropped out of the top 3. I believe he was either 2nd or 3rd when we started following. So we definitely haven't done him any favors, I must say. I do apologize, Craig. But driving is finished for most of these guys now. Oh, and we have a dead car on the straight. This is car number 3 of Stumpf. Uwe Stumpf. Next group out, group number 6, already getting warmed up. And they are ready and raring to go. So finishing order with that one, Sasha Kuz, Masijic, and we've already lost the time. But Kuz taking that one. Next group of racers, we've got Czech Republic, Latvia, Czech Republic, Lithuania, LVA. Did I get that one wrong? Latvia, Swiss, German, and Swiss. Once again, for any Swiss racers that are here and were present at me confusing you guys for the Germans or the Austrians, I can only provide my heartfelt apologies. It's hard enough for me to see my own feet at the end of my legs, but to which means it's very easy for me to miss the gigantic Swiss flag that was hanging on the front of the tent that all the Swiss racers are in. So, huge apologies once again. And you know, on this grass banking that's to our left, when you get back on the no rush, but when you get back on the camera, Jim, show the we have several viewers on the. We have like a big grass bank that separates the sort of the track area from, I guess it's like a horse paddock that's next to us. And yeah, we have several actual just people from town just watching. There we are. Showing them on screen now. So massive thanks to everybody who is watching. We are here live, brought to you by Elcon Models and EFRA. Thank you very much to RC Fox as well, and rccaronline.de for helping bring this coverage from Starec, Czech Republic, of the 2023 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships. We've got two-wheel drive cars out on track. I believe we have 11 cars running. Yes, we have 11 cars running. We have Petra Jilkova from Czech Republic. Maras Kazaks from Latvia, Philip Dokladal from Czech Republic, Domantas Sasiulis from Lithuania, Kalanauskas Mendagas from the UK. From Latvia, we have Janis Zarins and Maris Darklovs. From Switzerland, we have Switzerland, we have Kurt Hafliger and Fabian Ritter. From Germany, we have Lucas Horman, and from the Czech Republic, we have Marek Kovar. So these guys are out on track right now, and their time has just started, just a few seconds ago. So the first one to cross the line is the yellow wheel number 4 of Celsiulis, the number 9 just behind them of Ritter. So let's follow these two cars around the track. I think it's fairly easy to see. Actually, no, the number 4. He's running German colors. So that's very confusing. But he's not German. This is one of our Lithuanian racers. I think possibly our only Lithuanian. No, there's another one. So one of our Lithuanian racers is in that number 4. I think we have a drive-through penalty for somebody. I'm not sure why. Now, if the rules in this category are the same as large-scale touring car, they're allowed to run one chassis, one engine, and one body for the whole event. So if they have to change engine, they have to, in their first final that they compete in, those will all happen tomorrow, starting at 9, going from 9 to 9 roughly tomorrow. They have to come in and do a stop and go. So someone has just come in, not sure why, but it was a stop and go for Petra Jilkova from Czech Republic. So we're still on the, well, it's not quite a battle. They are attempting to beat each other, but this is not a battle for position necessarily, as the 9 is just able to squeeze by. Nice pass, a little bit of contact there, but it doesn't matter. Nothing happened. Yeah, good pass. Coming off of the first of the doubles. So we'll follow these guys as they finish their lap, as they come over the triple. Ooh, a little sideways there from the 9. See, he loses the traction, so he's not able to clear that triple. So let's go to this action in the midfield now with the 8 and the 3. The 7, the 0 is just flipped over, so the 8 and the 3, let's concentrate on them and see if they can take it amongst themselves to let the other two cars catch up. The 8 and 3, these two drivers are in the 8 car is Hafliger from Switzerland, and the 3 is Philip Dokladal from Czech Republic. And they are all together. Look at this group gaggle of cars. Now it's the 8, 1, 3, and 11. The 1 is Jilkova, who had to do that stop and go. 11 is Marek Kovar from Czech Republic. These 4 cars. This is what Nick likes to call clumping. It's like there's this whole big track that's out there. All this big, glorious area to run around in. And what do these guys do is they drive together. And you can just see maybe a flash of color behind them. The 4 and the 9 are also still together. So it's just how it happens with racing. And famously called clumping. So these 3 cars, the 3, 11, and the 8, it looks like the 1 is sped off just a little bit. Made a gap on them, but now it's a 3, 11, and 8 in that order. And that is Dokladal, Kovar, and Hafliger. Come around the bowl hairpin. It's a very short hairpin, that one. And then the flat hairpin, which is probably a lot trickier, especially if you're able to get a good acceleration out of that bowl. Maybe go up high a little bit, get some extra acceleration coming down the banking. Oh, and which one was that? It was a 3 flipping over, I think. think that was the 3. Getting rescued. No, the 8. Oh, is it broken? Yeah, look at that. Look at that front wheel. Definitely broken. That's the 8 of Hafliger. Kurt Hafliger from, and he's getting rescued by one of the Swiss, his mechanic. See who we can follow out there. Unfortunately, that's the end of that qualifying run. Only 2 rounds of qualifying in this European Championships. This due to just expensive rain delays. Several meetings with the team managers to try to decide what to do, whether to wait it out or just drive. And they decided to wait it out. Unfortunately, not able to get 3. If we were to get 3 rounds of qualifying in, we'd be here until about midnight. And I know it's the European Championships, and I know it's a beautiful country and all, but we don't want to be here racing until midnight. I don't think, especially probably the locals really wouldn't appreciate it. So, are we on the 3 and the 0 battling together, Jim? The 3 and the 0. Just coming over the second double. Well, now it's the 0 and the 4, and then the 3, and then the 11. So these guys all clumping once again, coming around the bowl hairpin, flat hairpin now. Over the triple, not quite making that triple, just not enough forward acceleration. Four-wheel drives should be able to do that. I think the four-wheel drives are, I think they're the same wheelbase. So they might be able to get better drive than the short course trucks, which have a slightly longer wheelbase. So quite a big font of chat going in the chat. So thank you everybody for taking part. So we do have subscriber only chat. You don't have to be a subscriber, but if you do subscribe to the RCTV Racing TV or EFRA, and you're trying to chat on YouTube, if you're a subscriber, your chat message will show up immediately. If you're not a subscriber, it will take several minutes for it to actually appear. There is no two-wheel drive, two-speed transmission, just single speed. So yes, some good chat in there. And don't forget, if you wanted to follow any particular car, we will assign priority to follow requests to our RCTV hero. So you can be a hero by just finding the join button on the RCTV YouTube channel and joining that. And you'll get a cool little badge icon. You got a highlighted name in the chat, and you'll also get a set of stickers and also that priority treatment when it comes to follow requests. Got just about a minute 45 seconds left in this run. This is the first round of 2 rounds of qualifying. See who our leader is and see if we can spot them. So looks like Celsiulis in the car number 4 is our current leader. And then it's the car 2 and 9. Where's car 4 at? It's probably in this middle group of cars. Maybe not. There he is. Oh, no, there he is. Just coming out straight now. It's our not German-themed car. The Montes Celsius, currently on his 15th lap. Best lap time at 39.651. Four-wheel drive going to be out in first round of qualifying for four-wheel drive. They're going to be out at 4:15 at Central European time. So that is about 50 minutes from now. Upside down car. Who's that? The number 9. I love how on large scale you can see the numbers all the way across the track. The 9 and 7 battling together and get slightly stuck with each other once again. There's that number 4 of Celsius coming over the second of the doubles that we've got on the track here. Time has expired. He goes over the tabletop, around the bowl hairpin, around the flat hairpin, and then over the triple. See what kind of, I think it's just better rather than trying to make the third jump, just double single it. It's just going to be the easiest thing to do. So that is it. So finishing with Celsius taking the top spot in that one. And then car number 1 of Jokova, then Kazakhs and Zarins. I've lost my timing already. So once again, we'd like to welcome everybody. Thank you for watching. No matter where in the world you are, we are here live for you in Starec, Czech Republic. We're about 3 hours south of Prague, where we landed. A surprisingly long drive to get here. We thought it'd be a lot shorter. So we weren't able to show everyone the opening ceremony this time around, but I'm sure it was a lot of fun and really good. A lot of these guys seeing each other, again for the first time in a year or so. Some of these guys race in their various national series together. We were talking with some of the UK racers, and they race together all the time. Quite a large group of large-scale off-road, which is really good to see. And a lot of Brits here, too, which is just absolutely great to see. So that's really nice. So this is possibly the largest attendance of racers for the European Championships that we've seen so far this year. It's really good. We definitely like to thank everybody that is watching, everybody that is here, and everybody who's stopped to say hello or how much they appreciate the footage and the coverage and everything that we put out there for everybody. Would also like to really thank EFRA for organizing the European Championships in the first place. Elcon Models has been a great help this year bringing this for you. So if you're looking for a large-scale car to have a go with, whether you buy new or used or borrow a car or whatever, you can always check out the Elcon brand cars. They are pretty good. I mean, they did win two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive last year, so pretty handy in a racing situation. We'd also like to thank RCCarOnline.de and RC Fox, a couple of the larger RC retailers in Central Europe that we'd like to say thanks to for also helping provide coverage for everybody out there. Oh, I see a train. Like an actual train, a real train going across. So that's cool. I know that there's it must be following the road that goes along the top ridge, just on the edge of our vision. So who is running in this race, I hear everyone asking? So, well, in this one, I can tell you, We've got from Denmark, we have Lucas Borchert. From Austria, we have Sandro Ehrenhoffler. From the Czech Republic, we have Peter Feiser. From the Netherlands, we have Remco de Loof. From the Czech Republic, we have Jiri Adamek. From Germany, we have Michael Schultz. From the Czech Republic, we have two more racers, Milan Let and Libor Pikal. From Finland, we have Elias Letamaki. We have I think it's 8 Finnish racers here, which is fabulous. From the UK, we have Mark Higgins, and from the Czech Republic, we have Milan Prusa. I wonder, I mean, I don't know how common a name Prusa is, but I wonder if related to the famous 3D printing company Prusa. So there we go. There's our drivers. Time has just now started. Well, yes, it has started. No, still. It has counted for the first drivers to go across. I think that's everybody across now. So Borchert, Ehrenhoffler, Feiser, De Loof, Adamek, Schultz, Let, Pikal, Letamaki, Higgins, and Prusa. So Borchert in the early lead with this one, but it's not because it's because he's car one. We'll not pay attention to necessarily who's in the lead really, because until we start to get 3 or 4 laps in. But for purposes of following a car, what car are we on, Jim? We're on car 1, yeah. So we're following car 1. That is Borchert. And I think it's the car 2 which is behind. Yes. So it's car 1 and car 2. The white car of Borchert, well, white and pink-ish. And then the bright yellow and green car of Ehrenhoffler, Sandro Ehrenhoffler, who's actually in the top spot at the moment. So let's see if Sandro is able to catch up to Lucas, because that might slow him down then. Good jump there from Lucas. Taking a double, then a single. I wonder if Ehrenhoffler's left rear tire, it's definitely got a big chunk of mud on it. It's almost certainly throwing the balance off. You could probably feel it, I'm sure. And that it's just, yeah, it's getting a bit wide there, a little wild there. So he's lost some time. So we'll see what that does. He's probably just lost his lead there now to Lucas. Every few minutes I feel the tiny drop of rain, but nothing's coming of it yet. So let's see where Sandro has just crossed now. He hasn't lost any time. Well, I mean, he definitely lost time, but he hasn't lost his position. 39.8 and 40.6 seconds for Lucas and Sandro, respectively. Just by way of comparison, our fastest, well, basically our TQ man in short course, he did 17 laps in 10 minutes and 35 seconds. His fastest lap, I'm pretty sure, was a 37.5. So that tells you how quick the four-wheel drives are. Speaking of four-wheel drives, next time four-wheel drives are up is at 4:15. I'm definitely feeling more raindrops now. There's no dark clouds. There's some darker clouds, but only very mildly darker, just above us. But nothing that's really threatening to dump down rain. In fact, you see, as I'm speaking about it, we get some sharp shadows on the track from the cars and the buildings around. Lucas is coming around once again down the main straight. One thing that the rain has done on the track is definitely kept the dust down, which is quite good. Big crash and roll for the number 7 car. That's Milan Lex. Pretty sure it was number 7. Where was the car crashing? Again, trying to make that triple, and it just doesn't work. I think it's more just a factor of, and we have a dead car. Look at that. Look at the crash. Dead car in the first turn, the second turn actually. Pieces of it laying around the track. There's a mechanic already out there on the scene. You might not want to cross the track there, guy. Very quick section of track, and I think that's the number 8 of Libor Pikal from the Czech Republic. It's not good. And he's falling down the order, so I'm pretty sure that is Libor. Definitely the number 8. Let's see if we can find someone else. Oh, well, we still have the number 1 and the number 2 still kind of just together on track. They're not really, I think Lucas made a big mistake. Oh, and there goes Sandro making a big mistake. The 10 and the 3. Let's follow these 2 cars coming over the second of the doubles. The 10 and the 3. That is Higgins, Mark Higgins, and Pfizer. Higgins, now that's a familiar name, isn't it? I wonder if that is the same Higgins. Potentially? I was certain that there was a Higgins in short course. Maybe I was imagining it. Must have been. Must have been. Apologies. Meanwhile, Sandro still in the lead, even with some major mistakes. But we're on the number 11 and 3. I think they're nowhere near each other, so there's not really a good reason to follow them, but except that they're on track together. So we can kind of take care of 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Number 3 running a interesting sort of like a honeycomb themed side pod. On that number 3 in front, and then a much more RC racy sort of scheme on the number 10. Oh, here's a good demonstration. Look at the number 7. This is about the third of the 3 cars coming over the second of the doubles. The number 7 has a broken rear wing mount, but there's no point stopping because there's nothing the mechanic can do except possibly to zip tie it into position. But we'll just have a demonstration of what the rear wing arrow actually does to these cars. So, not the quickest of cars already, but let's see if how wild that rear end gets. You see he's already getting gapped very easily by the leaders in the number 1 and number 2. Now actually number 2 and number 1 out on the track in that order. So Sandro finally getting past Lucas. Just as time is, well, we've got 1:45 left. But that number 7 car has a broken rear wing or wing mount. So basically not getting very much downforce on that back wing. So just wild. Kind of a boxy shaped body shell already. Not sure what make that is. Oh, so that's how you break a rear wing mount right there. You case the jump and then you flip over and you just drag the rear of the wing along the ground, and that's how you break. But the result of that is now it's even more compact and just messed up. You see the line, the arrow line, the outline of the car is just completely ruined. And now he's just kind of he's going very, very slow. He's just about able to keep it going in a straight line. So if you're very curious about what the arrow effect of the wing does, it actually does do something. It's a very graphic demonstration of it for you right there. Live and in color in that number 7 car. Oh, is some action going on just beneath us. About a half a lap left for most of these drivers, or less. And the car, number 7 car that we've been following is finished. Let's just go on these 3 cars that are just coming over the tabletop now, just so we have someone to follow in these last 20 seconds or so. And there we go. That is Group 7 complete. So Group 7, next group out, guess what? It's going to be Group 8. And that is our second to last group of 2-wheel drive racers. So we're going to have some familiar names in this one. If you're familiar with 10 Skill Off-Road, we've got Wesley Van Helmond, who he's running at Elcon. He's not feeling too hot today. So not sure how well he's going to do, but I'm sure he's going to do his best. He's running the number 11 car. In the number 1 car, we've got Danish racer Ronny Lund Borchert. And in the number 2, we have Czech racer Radek Bambula and also Daniel Hoffman, both of those guys running from Czech Republic. From Lithuania, we have Danius Mikelenas from Lithuania. Sword. Oh, come on, that's a really cool name, isn't it? Lubelinkov from the Netherlands. From Holland, we have Michael Zabludel. France, we have Ethan Leruzik. From the Netherlands, we have Kevin van Medevort. From Czech Republic, we have Peter Korsik. From Finland, we have Asa Letamaki. And yes, there is another Letamaki running elsewhere in the program. And then, again, as I said, we have the Dutch racer Wesley Van Helmond. So let's see where Letamaki's relation is running. We have a few Finnish racers in this one. Letamaki is... I swear I saw Letamaki's name somewhere else. Yes, we did. So in the previous run, we had Elias Letamaki, and in this one, we've got Asa Letamaki. So just to prove to our RC Racing TV fans that we do look at other Finnish racers, we do look at Finnish racers other than Pekka Laitinen, okay? So these guys have about 2.5 minutes of warm-up. And then their time will start. 2 rounds of qualifying today, and that is it for qualifying. Lower finals, sub-finals, all finals run tomorrow from roughly 9 a.m. to about 9 p.m. We don't know the time schedule yet for tomorrow. So we do want to thank everybody for joining us here. We hope you're enjoying the program. some good racing to come. About 30 seconds before the clock starts on this one here at the 2023 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Elcon Models, rccaronline.de, and RC Fox. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors for providing this amazing coverage to you absolutely free. If you want to help support RC Racing TV, check out rcracingtv.com. Use the code RCTV10 to get some 10% off of some excellent merch. We're wearing it right now and very grateful for it because it's actually in the shade. It's just very slightly chilly. The wind is starting to pick up. So are we on the number 2? It's the number 2, the white, red, and blue car of Radek Bambula from the Czech Republic. Let's stick with our local Czech racer. Behind him, we've got a few cars squabbling over position. You shouldn't really be squabbling too much. I think it's just more that it's very slight mistakes, and then someone gets a slow lap. Oh, and our 2 is rolled over. Ah. Oh, okay, let's try and follow these 3 cars with the number 2, the other 2 cars. I mean, so it's the 8 and the 9, as well as the 2. 8 and 9, that is Peter Korchik and Asa Letamaki. Borcher is another one with a relation in the previous run of qualifying. Borcher's, Lucas Borcher ran in the last race, and Ronnie Lund Borcher is in the number 1 car this week. So the 2 and the 9 and the 8 all together coming out of that. Ooh, that's not a great place to go there. Oh, the number, ooh, that's lucky. Makes me wonder if the timing loop, one of the cars crashed and actually ended up on top of the red and white tape that goes across above the track. So it makes me wonder if the timing loop is actually buried underneath. So we're still on the 2, Jim? Yeah? And he's, oh, dead car. Marshall is not aware. Marshall's not, well, one Marshall is there. I suppose the other Marshall that sat down is, oh, you see the flash of the gleam of broken metal underneath that number 2 car. That's another broken car. So again, these guys only have 2 rounds of qualifying. It's absolutely critically important that you have a good run, and ideally 2 good runs, because I'm not sure what the knockout situation is. If only one, I'm assuming the best run is to count, which is obviously not ideal. If they were able to have 3, they could at least have 1 dropout. So let's see if we can follow. Who we can follow. Oh, Wesley Van Helmond is a good one. Number 11, he's just coming over the first double now in the bright yellow car with the white wing. That's Wesley Van Helmond, a pretty handy 1/10 electric buggy racer, also racing in large-scale off-road. And he has got the number 5 just behind him. That is Sjord Lubelinkov, who's currently in 3rd position. So Lubelinkov not running too shabbily. Let's see the 2nd position, actually running in 2nd now. Letamaki and Zabludel in the 6 and 7 and 6 respectively, are swapping positions for 3rd. The 8 has just been called in for a stop-and-go penalty. That is Van Medevort. Again, not sure why. I think it's just for maybe potentially rough driving. So we're still on the 11 of Van Helmond. Doing a little style jump there. Doing pretty good. To say he's not feeling well. He's pretty. Oh, weird bounce there, landing on the pipe. So he's given Wesley some good coverage now. It's Wesley running an Elcon car, of course. See who else is running in the top spots. So we've got Van Helmen, Borkert, and Lubelinkov. Where's that number 1 and number 5? I saw the number 5. Where is he going? Where is he going? I think he's the next car behind Wesley. Yes. So the next car behind Wesley is Lubelinkov. Just coming on the straight now. Sjord Lubelinkov. Love the name. A nice race paint scheme, too. Bright front, a dark middle, and a slightly less bright rear end. Blinkoff, you can see it. Feathering the throttle and very, very light touch on the steering. You can see the tires moving back and forth, steering back and forth. Nice landing, taking a double single. You don't want to try for the single, you don't want to try for the triple because in all likelihood, you don't have the speed or the traction to make it over. So if you double it, land on the down ramp properly, of the double, you can get a good launch off of the single and just carry on your merry way and not try to style it out and get that nail the triple. You're just not going to with the two-wheel drives. So it's one of the cases where you don't want to be on full throttle. You just you want to finesse it and land properly on the double. Downslope. So Van Helmen and Lubelinkov just completely on their own. Just all the action is happening on the other side of the track. Well, not action, I say, but the cars that are sort of like paired up together. Let's see who else. It's the zero of Higgins. No, it's not Higgins. It's Letomaki. Let's see where Letomaki is at. Running fourth. Borchert in the number 1. Let's find Borchert. Borchert is in the middle of a few cars, the white and pink cars, the second of the group of cars coming over the triple now. Just about to make a pass on the 6, which has happened. The 6 of Zabludo. This is Borchert, who I'm not sure what the relation is, but a relation. Lucas Borchert was in the last run, and we're following Ronnie Lund Borchert. Currently running third in this one with 2 minutes left. And let's catch up with the chat and see if there's anything happening in the chat. See if we have any new heroes who have joined. Matt Buxton, yeah, there's another familiar name from the UK. Looks great, Frank. Sad to miss it this time. Yes, I mean, we do have lots and lots of British racers here who, you know, I mean, not to take any shine off you, Matt, but kind of stolen your glory here. You know, there's lots of British racers. So yes, no, it would have been good to see once again, Matt. Super Savage 35 saying, I love racing in the large scale nationals here in the UK. Matt saying, good evening from Australia. Hey, there's another Matt with 1T. So I'll have to make sure our Matt with 1T hears about that. Jack Keatley for the win this year, says John Bell. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll definitely see. Joey says hello from the U.S. And we have, of course, a few racers saying go, go, Wesley, go, go, Holland. And some interesting info here. Ronnie is Lucas's dad. Okay, so I wonder how young Lucas is, because usually it's the son who's faster than the dad. So it's curious. I call it pre-qualified, but after time practice, obviously Ronnie ending up approximately 10 or 11 spots ahead of Lucas. So we'll see. We'll see where they both end up in the actual finals. Ooh, the 7 gets a nice flip. It's off camera. So I believe we're still on the 1, and who has he just passed? It's car 8 of Van Mettebort. And the timing has just finished. Oh, I had the subscriber only mode thing mixed up. So we are in subscribers only mode, so you have to be a subscriber for at least 5 minutes before your post will appear. Your post comment will appear, I should say. So just seeing what we can see. And Ben has left us. Mr. Body, where'd he go? He definitely can't hear us. Huh? I don't know what you're saying. I'm thirsty. I need a drink. I'm getting tired. I need a Coke or something. So we need. Next time we see Ben, we need to flag him down so we can get some extra sustenance. And if Jim is going to sit down, I'm going to sit down. Jim's been standing most of the day, as have I. So we've got about 3 minutes before the next time starts. So that means in about 30 seconds, these drivers will complete. Yep, there we go. And they're being let out. So in this one, final group of two-wheel drive. So these are the fastest group of racers. So whoever was out there saying these cars look slow, and I was saying, no, these are not slow. They seem slow because they're huge. I mean, if a full-size car was driving around at 30 or 40 miles an hour, you might go, it's pretty slow. But if it's driving right past you and you feel the wind come off it, you go, that's a little quick, wasn't it? It's kind of the same thing with these. These are a lot bigger than you think. These are not 1/10 scale cars. So they do accelerate a little bit slower because they're not electric and they're much heavier. But they are quick. So speaking of quick, in this one, Group 9, we have Alex Schmidt from Germany, Theo Plant from France. We have from the Netherlands, the Dutch racer Lars Abes. We have the Czech racer Thomas Kraus, who I believe, yes, I spoke to him earlier, one of our young racers. Almost certainly, I mean, if he's in the fast group, we don't count our chickens here. We don't count chickens at all. We don't count anything unless a number is on the side of a car, so we don't count anything. But yes, he's very likely going to end up being the fastest junior racing two-wheel drive. In car 5 from France, we have Cyril Cador. From the UK, we have Neil Sibbins in car 6. From car 7, 8, and 9, we have 3 Czech racers, Dalibor Rohat, Filip Jilic, and Martin Konsol. From the Netherlands, we have Luke Vandenberg, and from Slovakia, I believe it is, we have Marek Helbic. So those are our drivers in the fastest and final group of two-wheel drive buggy here at the large-scale European Championships. Brought to you by EFRA, Elcon Models, rccaronline.de, and RC Fox. So thank you very much to our sponsors. Thank you very much to our viewers for providing such entertaining, lively, and informative chat to the rest of our viewing audience. Thank you also to Jim on camera, Jim Little, and Ben Clark, who is doing our video B-roll this weekend. Well, you'll see the results of Ben's work tomorrow when you're catching us on our day-long finals coverage, which it'll be pretty good, I think. It'll be pretty good. So looking forward to it. It's going to be a very long day for us, but it's going to be entertaining and action-packed, I'm sure. So time has started for these drivers. We are off and away. 10 minutes of qualifying has started. I'm just witnessing an older gentleman drinking a beer from a straw. That's a new one. Meanwhile, early lead doesn't matter too much because these guys, half of them haven't even finished their first lap. So we're looking at, so just for curiosity's sake, Ian Audi TQ'd the first round with a 37.5 second lap, doing 17 laps in 10:15. I believe that's his TQ time. 37.5 seconds was his fastest lap. So far, we're seeing 38.4, 39.3, 40. So that's kind of what we're looking at for two-wheel drive. Again, these are two-wheel drive. Short course trucks are full-wheel drive, slightly longer wheelbase, a little bit wider, so a little bit more ponderous to drive. Not that much, but a little bit. I mean, if the top racers are saying these are a little, quite a bit less nimble, then I'm going to go with what they say. They're less nimble, period. But two-wheel drive is going to be a little bit slower because they're only driven on the rear wheels. So it's Theo Plant is currently in the lead. What car are we on, Jim? We're on the number 2. We're on the fastest car already. Very good. I'm going to assume that Jim figured out that the bright red timing screen to our far left is showing the time and the order of the fastest drivers and all that. I'm going to assume that he figured that out before I did, and not assume that he's doing a better job at camera work than I do. He's saying that's definitely it. Option B. I'm going to go with 1. He's saying 2. So Theo here in the purple and blue number 2. Again with the odd colored wheels. Odd meaning, the mismatched wheels, I should say. So this is our fastest group of two-wheel drive racers. We should see our top racers coming out of this group of racers. Now, what these guys have been doing is they've been here all week. So from Monday, they've had free practice all day Monday, I believe it was. So you go out, race, drive, not race, but you practice, you get your setup, you get your eye in, you learn the track, basically, is all that's really meant to do. You learn the track, just learn the track. And then you start to sort of dial things in. You go, okay, well, maybe we should lean the tires in a little bit more. Maybe use a softer shock oil. Maybe use a harder spring. That sort of thing. You start to get a little bit faster, and then you start to work on things like fuel and making sure you can make 30 minutes, which is going to be one of the last things that these guys actually get around to doing. Because in the final, it's going to be a 30-minute final, 1 tank of fuel. There's no refueling in this category, remember. I don't think we're going to see any tire changes because that will take absolutely ages, and you'll lose probably a lap and a half. Maybe a lap or so, almost a lap, I would say. So 30 minutes of racing, and it's so intense at the very end. So we'll see what happens. Still on Theo. Let's see who this number 7 car is. That is number 7 of Dalibor Rohak. Let's see what Theo's actually doing in that number 2. He's still in the lead. Well ahead of the number 1 and the number 4, and that's Alex Schmidt. Oh no, Philip has just taken over the lead. So the car 8. So we've been on Theo for quite a bit. Let's see if we can find that car 8 out there. Who's our new leader, who's just come across going over the first double. Onto the infield, coming over the second double now. So we kind of have names for these areas of the track. And I'm going to try an L section of track. This is the flat hairpin. Very flat there. So lots of lines there. That's going to be a very important passing place, I feel. Coming down the main straight. Going into the L-con L of the track. So this is the first, second, third corner. We'll call that our L. The L-con L. Coming over the second of the doubles once again. Going over this easy jump and then over the tabletop, around the bowl hairpin, and then the flat hairpin. Coming up on the, is that the 7, flipped over behind Theo. So this is car 8 that we have been following of Philip Gillick. Theo, meanwhile, while we've been following Philip, has taken the lead back. So that's good for Theo. So these guys basically swapping around. So Alex Schmidt actually just crossed the line in the car 1. So let's see if we can find him. He's taken over the lead very briefly. So it's actually kind of a 3-way battle. Not sure where he is, the car 1. I think he's in this mess of 6 or 7 cars. Well, good for him. He's leading his way out of it. He's gapping. He's going over the tabletop now into the bull hairpin. Just under 3 minutes left, 4 minutes left in this one. 4-wheel drives are prepped and ready to come out now. Alex coming into the L. The L-con L section of track. Over the first double. Now we were told when the rain was at its worst and the mud and the clagginess of the elements were at its worst, most cars couldn't even make 2 laps around this track. That's how heavy and thick the mud was. So we're not hoping to see a repeat of that, although I do always appreciate and love endurance racing, especially off-road endurance racing. Things like Baja 1000, Rally of Africa, that sort of thing. Heavy-duty endurance racing, especially off-road. But we do like to see the cars actually complete a race. So that is one reason why we've had such a big time away from the track for these drivers. But it does mean we're only going to be getting 2 rounds of qualifying in. Watching Alex go into the L once again. Next group of racers is going to be our first of 5 groups of 4-wheel drive racers going out there. Or defending European champion and the last year's 2-wheel drive champion are both in this one. We've got Patrick Schweitzer and Peter Hartmann. We've got Tim van der Elst in that one. Pekko Ivanen, who came so close to winning it last year. Dario Vaselli is not in the top group, but he should have a good run, hopefully, coming up soon. So Alex Schmidt now leading this in the car 1. Theo Plant in car 2 in second position. Philip Gillick has just been bumped down, actually, as well as Theo Plant from car 4, Thomas Kraus. So that's our young racer. Let's see where he is out on track. There he is. This is the white and green car, just coming over the first in the table of the doubles. He's just past the 0 of. Sorry, I'm just looking at other names. He's just past the 0 of Luke Vandenberg. Kraus. I mean, I'm going to assume that he knows this track pretty well, but not taking that away from him as he comes out of the L. And goes over the first double again. He's looking quick, so he's actually running third at the moment. Just going to take a brief break after we are completed on time here, and get my RCTV hoodie back on, because it's starting to get a little chilly once again. I don't think it's going to rain, but the wind has definitely picked up. It kind of blows right in our face. So Thomas Kraus, oh, now he's been passed by the number 0. Time is finished, though. They should have pulled into the pits, to be honest. They're actually kind of delaying things. The 4 and the 0. All cars to the pits. All cars to the pits. So when they say that, the referees mean it. So just go off mic, just very briefly. Okay, so successfully ensconced in an RCTV hoodie, which you can find on rcracingtv.com. And if you want to get, who doesn't love discounts? First of all, who loves awesome merch and who loves discounts? Everybody. Everybody loves both. And you can get both on rcracingtv.com and use RCTV10 as the discount to get 10% off your first order of RC Racing TV merch. So how about that? That's pretty awesome, isn't it? You know what else is awesome? Being a hero. Everybody loves a hero. You can be our hero by joining RC Racing TV channel on YouTube. Just find the join button and you can join RC Racing TV. And you will get a set of stickers that you will not be able to get anywhere else unless you're actually physically present at an event that RC Racing TV is covering. You will get shout-outs aplenty. You will get priority consideration. It's kind of a long word, but we'll follow your follow requests. Will get priority basically, and also. You'll have a cool badge and highlighted name in the RC Racing TV chat. So how cool is that? That's pretty cool, isn't it? I think it's cool. So therefore, you must think it's cool. Yes? Yes. Okay, good. Right, so the racers in this one, with 1 minute to go before the clock starts counting down. From Switzerland, we have Angelo Zuger. From the Netherlands, we have Richard Lufkin. From the Czech Republic, we have Karol Masek. From Germany, we have Thomas Rhein. From Belgium, oh, very few Belgium racers. You might be the only one. We have David Lockamper. From Germany, we have Julid Yaman. From Denmark, we have Christian Williams. From the Czech Republic, we have Bohumer Hula. From Germany, we have Marcus Schmitz, and from the UK, we have Neil Clark. So, looking out forward to see how quick the lap times are in this one. Oh, and I didn't even keep track of who TQ'd that round in two-wheel drive. It was. I think it was Teal Plant. So I'll just have a quick look on the MyRCM RC timing to see what I can see about that. So online reports, very handy. So two-wheel drive. So let's see. Quali. Alex Schmidt. Wow. Alex took it. Okay. So, and his run was, let's see here, 16 laps in 10:19. So, and I'll just confirm what Ian Audie's run was in short course, his best result, or his TQ position. Infamous quali. Ian Audie is officially TQ at the moment. 10 laps in 10:35, which is what I had put down. So his best time, it was not 37.5s, it was actually 36.4. And now that makes me need to go back to the two-wheel drive results and find the best time for Alex. Best time is 38.1. So you can see what difference those extra 2 wheels of racing, of power and drive means to the overall speed of the car. So back to the online streaming, time has been counting down for about a minute now. So Christian Williams leading this one off at the moment in car 7. Carol Masick, David Lockhemper, Angelo Zuger, Thomas Ryan, Julide, Yaman, Marcus Schmitz, Richard Lufkin, Bohumer Hula, and Neil Clark has got a DNS. So not sure what's happened there with Neil. Hopefully he's able to get running to at least get some time on the track. Because like I said, this will be one of 2 rounds of qualifying. So yes, anyone out there who is, I see people have in the chat who are cheering for Neil. Don't know what happened for him, unfortunately, but if anybody knows or has messaged him, then please give him our regards and let us know what happened. Polish Pete NTB says, will you be back on some of the events in the UK? It depends. And what does it depend on? If they pay us. Something like that. Yes, we love doing UK events because, one, it doesn't mean getting up at 2 or 3 in the morning to catch a flight, or having a 13 or 14-hour day just for travel. But yeah, we do love a UK event, but we don't know. I mean, if you're organizing a UK event, drop us a line. Get in touch, say hi, and let us know that you want some live, awesome coverage of your RC event. So while I've been talking, there hasn't been many major changes. So what car are we on? 7 is our leader. Jim making good use of the brightly lit results screen at the end of the at the start of the straight. Again, that's just my assumption. Christian Williams is who we're following. Christian is racing for Denmark. And I say racing for because this is at the end of the event. There is a team's competition, which is a nations competition essentially. Flipped over. Oh, it's not our car that we're following. He has come up though on the Strecken number 4. So you can see these cars look quite a bit different than the two-wheel drives that we were just going around. There's young Czech racer. So one of the cars has just been given a stop-and-go penalty for bad driving. That's like literally the technical infringement. Not a technical infringement. It's just a driving standards infringement. So they have three laps to go before they can actually come in. So I think it's the car 6 actually who's been given a stop-go penalty as well. The trouble is the racers who don't speak English or who say that they don't speak English unfortunately, there are quite a number of racers that don't speak English. And in the heat of battle, well, you know, not that these drivers are doing it, but I have known many drivers who pretend that they can't speak English whenever it's convenient for them. And not just drivers, but just, you know, just people. So, tactical displacement of language abilities, shall we say. Oh, and a massive pileup in the middle. That's unfortunate. Collecting up, that was the, I don't even know, that was the car 1 and the 2 and the 4 and the 6, and then the 3 gets involved, so yeah. Car 6 still hasn't gone in for their stop and go. So they may just lose this qualifying run. The referees will have to stop them. Be the bad guy, like, not just be the bad guy, but like really be the bad guy and say, are you car number 6? Yeah, I'm sorry, you just lost all of your qualifying. So you know, you just had to nullify your entire race because you didn't come in for your stop and go. And they might go, what stop and go? And you know, apply any necessary harsh language that they might have. I'm getting the sense that they don't take card payments. Is it great? Okay, so that's no drinks for us then. Meanwhile, we're watching, we're in... Sorry, just trying to sort out some sustenance requirements for the team here. Christian Williams in the car 7 still leading this one off. David Lockhemper, Carol Masick, Richard Lufchen, Angelo Zuger. Marcus Schmitz has just been passed by Bohumer Hula. And we have Julide Yaman. Thomas Ryan has just popped up in there. And then Neil Clark. Unfortunately, we don't know what happened with Neil. But yeah, no laps. And again, this is only one of 2 rounds of qualifying that the drivers are able to get today because of extensive rain delays and much discussion. They were were subject to the whims of the weather in many cases. Yeah, so it's just a situation that we find ourselves in. So let's see what kind of lap times these guys are doing. And again, this is the first of the four-wheel drive heats, which means that it's the slowest group. We do have faster groups coming up, including defending European champions coming up. So Carol Masick has already finished their run. Christian Williams still in the 7. Has pretty much led from start to finish. I think I did describe I started describing how the process works here. So these guys, basically, they take the weekend to arrive, whether they're driving or flying. Many people drive because they've got motorhomes, caravans, trailers, that sort of thing. So they will take the weekend to drive. Some may have been here since Friday, camping and just getting to lay the land and getting to know the neighbors and working on the cars, make sure everything is tip top, nicely oiled, and everything is running straight, pointing in the right direction, that sort of thing. So from Monday and Tuesday, they had free practice, and then they had controlled practice where they were arranged in the heats. And basically, they would have been sort of pre-arranged. Looks like we do have some drinks coming. Excellent. They would have been pre-arranged in heat. So the fastest drivers, say, from the previous year's racing, or like national champions or top 10 finalists, stuff like that, they would have been put in the 1 or 2 fastest groups. Thank you very much, Ben. Basically, the guys who are like new to the scene, they would have been put in the slowest groups because not really sure who's top dogs in these groups if they're all unknown. It's a bit like the Reservoir Dogs scene where they're oh, I want to be Mr. Pink, or no, I don't want to be Mr. Pink. Well, no, Mr. Pink's okay. So, well, Mr. Pink's okay to you because you're Mr. White. You've got a cool name. So just remember that scene from Reservoir Dogs. And then you have, once there's been a few rounds of that, then you have time practice. And the time practice is basically what puts you into your seeding order. So if you imagine if you watch Wimbledon or something like that, these all the players, competitors are arranged in a seeding order. So you have your top seed, second seed, and basically, the favored to win, basically, is kind of how that works out. But it doesn't always work out like that in reality. So the track has just been made available for these guys to get out there. So anyway, that is a very long and convoluted way to say, to describe how qualifying works. And obviously, these guys would have had 4, maybe 5 rounds of qualifying. At least, well, they would have had at least 3. I don't know how many they would have had if things had worked out properly. But anyway, they only have 2. And that's just how it is. Sometimes not everybody gets as much running as they would have liked. So, just Ben, if you're unaware, there's a big timing screen at the end. And so there we go. That's the timing screen that I've been talking about. So the number 1 there is going to be the leader once time starts clicking off. And obviously it will say how many laps that they have completed. So if I ever just start waffling off, just find whoever's in #1 spot, and we'll just follow them for a bit. And if I'm still waffling on, to just move on to the second position person and so forth. But generally, we try to move around a little bit. So but Jim is taking a little bit of a breather because he's been basically standing in one place all day. Which doesn't sound like a bad idea. So let's see. In this group of racers, is Group 2. Time has just started. The horn has just sounded. Let's see who is in this one. We've got Christoph Voigt from Germany, Glenn Kops from Belgium, Hanno Kroes from Estonia, Ole Kling from Denmark, Ricardo de Juice from the Netherlands, Martin Fitzpatrick from the UK, Christian Shimsky from Germany, Alex Kuhn from Germany, Dennis Zimmerman from Germany, and Peter Schmidt from Germany. So many Germans in this one, obviously. Let's see if anything is happening in the chat. The race line holds moisture well. It does, yeah. It's actually doing really well, track-wise. There are a few little holes starting to appear, so remains to be seen what is going to happen. Aaron Morgan in the chat saying, "Come on, Neil, get that car back on track, buddy. Come on, Team UK, help him out." Love it. Yeah, I'm curious to know what the mix of the soil on the track is as well. I'm sure there's clay, maybe a little bit of sand. I don't think there's much like loamy sort of dirt, but yeah, it'll be interesting. We did have some sawdust that went down earlier. You can see it in the sort of the edges of the track, especially here on the straight, as you can see. Been getting some artsy shots. Have you given up trying to follow any cars? No? Well, how about we give it a go with the car 4, if we can spot them. I'm sure your eyes will be able to spot it easier. Quick, there we go. There's car 4 just going into the Elcon L section of the track. So he's coming out of the L now, coming over the first of the doubles. Don't really have a name for that jump, but this is the second double. It's not quite a hairpin. And then another little jump down. There's the tabletop and the bowl hairpin. And then there's the flat hairpin, which will be very interesting when they're actually racing for real. And then the triple, which, see? They can make the triple very, very easily. So there we go. That's a lap with our leader, the car 4 of Ole Kling from Denmark. So thank you very much, Ole, for leading us around the track. So Matt is telling us there's 6 qualifiers normally. Wow. Okay, so yes, what has happened is basically, I haven't mentioned this, but the finals day, which is normally Saturday, is gone, off the schedule. There's no racing that will be happening on that day. So that means, because we're expecting loads and loads of rain yesterday, that day, just like we had earlier in the day, and on Tuesday there was very, very heavy claggy mud. The clay does not like to be, well, cars don't like clay. Cars were coming off weighing twice the amount that they would have. Clutches were burning out, brakes were burning out, and the cars basically hardly anything made it past 2 laps on track. So basically, you know, if the track is that wet, no one's going to be able to drive, so no one drives. So what's the point of even racing? Now, we've had some racers tell us, well, we're here to race. We're not here to be in white gloves and white farmer boots, you know, wellies, you know, long rubber boots, which is true, yes, but people need to be, you need to, you know, you don't want to come here. And it's one thing if it's a bit of a lottery because the track is rutted up and there's rocks everywhere, whatever. That's not even happening. But it's another thing entirely for you to go out and not even be able to finish a minute of your track time. So, you know, I can certainly understand the argument of, you know, what's the point going out? And we have seen championships and big races called before with the finishing order, the official finishing order, actually going back to the qualifying order. Dead car out there, Marshall not aware that these cars are very loud, so with cars all running past at full speed, a dead car is not on camera, so I try not to talk about it too much, but yeah. Sometimes Marshall's just not aware the car isn't actually running, because at idle, they're very, very quiet. At full chat, they are very, very, very loud. And you cannot tell sometimes if the car is just idling or dead, as in not running, when you pick it up. So anyway, yes, just back to the schedule. We were meant to have 6 rounds of qualifying, and we're down to 2. So that's how it goes. Aaron Morgan in the chat just absolutely just giving Team GB is all. He's saying, let's go, Martin. Keep it together, mate. I've seen you race. You can do it. And then big strong arm emoji. So, yes, very supportive. What you need to be doing, I'm assuming there's got to be a group chat for these guys. You need to be sending these messages to those guys as well in the chat. So let's see what the current running order is. Ole Kling in that number 4 still in the lead with 4 minutes left in this one. Glenn Kops, then Peter Schmidt, Christoph Voigt, Christian Chimsky, Ricardo de Gius, Alexander Kuhn, Martin Fitzpatrick, Hanno Cruz. Is that 2? No, that just sounds similar name. And then Dennis Zimmerman has, I think he's the dead car that was pulled off the track. Yes, there is a car in the pits. 3.5 minutes to go in this one. So let's follow, let's see. I'm sure we followed the number 4 already. We've been following them for quite a bit. So let's find the number 2 car of Glenn Kops from Belgium. There he is in the Belgian colors, just going over, about to go over the tabletop now on the backside. Around the bowl hairpin. Those are definitely the Belgian colors. They look like the German colors, but all you have to do is just turn your head 90 degrees, and they are Belgian. So that's how you know it's Belgian colors. Believe me, you don't want to get that emoji wrong on a social media post. So let me see. I'll spot the number 6 car of Martin Fitzpatrick because we have such a cheering squad for him. Where is he coming? Oh, actually, he's just on him right now. So our Belgian racer of Kops is just about to pass Fitzpatrick, working on that orange and blue car with the black wing. Trying everything he can to get past him. Now, this is qualifying. It's not a heads-up race, so they're not actually racing for position. So if a faster car is coming up on you, the smart thing to do is when you're able to and you don't take too much time. See, now he's let 2 cars past and he's made a mistake. Just casing that jump, and then the number 3 car gets caught up in it as well. So that's just unfortunate. Oh, and that's a lucky bounce. I must say that was not a suspension-friendly bounce, shall we say? So Martin able to make the triple easily. That other car behind me, who's that? The number 3 car of Cruz, Hanno Cruz. For some reason, taking the triple as 3 singles, which is very much the slow way to go. But Martin casing the jump again. He's just not getting good drive. It goes very slowly around the... There he goes. He's able to get the drive. He just has to line up for it. So I'm not about to give anybody driving tips. I mean, all of these guys, I'm sure, would be so much faster than me out on track. But, you know, when you're watching somebody do something and you're going like, oh, I could, you know, that's just a very slight thing. It's very easy to go, no, you could have done it this way. You could have done it that way. When it's not me up there in the rostrum, standing shoulder to shoulder with 9 or 10 other very eager racers who want to get past you as quickly as possible. So it's Martin Fitzpatrick taking us around for a few laps. Let's see who else we can find out there. Right, okay, so sorry, just looking at a very nice little message that's come through. So we will attempt to do something very nice for one of our short course racers in a bit. But I think that is everybody finished. It is definitely everybody finished. Let's see. Peter Schmidt, Kops, Voigt, is Kling, Schmidt, Kops, Voigt, Shimsky, Guse, Kuhn, and Fitzpatrick with Cruz and Zimmerman, I think. Finishing, well, not actually finishing, unfortunately. So three more groups of racers, my bad. And then we start the second round of qualifying. You can chill for a bit if you want. So next group of racers out already. Well, they're in the pits already. All right, so next group of racers are out. We've got this group and two more to finish off this round of qualifying. And then we have some fun and interesting names in this one coming up in the next couple rounds. And I'm sure we have some fun and interesting people in this race too. And I'll tell you who they are. The Czech racer, Miroslav Jurenka. The German, Frank Haler, who I'm definitely going to cheer for because I always cheer for anyone named Frank, because in the movies, the crazy person or the first person to die is always named Frank or something like that. Something always bad something bad always happens to the person named Frank. Or just look out for it. You'll spot it a mile away. I see it all the time. We also have from Estonia, Peter Saul. From the UK, we have Leon Satchel. From Germany, we have Christoph Sibilut. Okay, that's a difficult one. We also have Sasha Punk from Germany. From Finland, we have a couple more Finnish racers, Visa Sarja and Marko Leitinen. From the Czech Republic, we have Milan Rubinek. From Germany, we have Tobias Westhoff. From Denmark, we have, in car 11, Michael Thompson. So yes, we have car 11s in this one and the next two. So we actually have 53 racers in the short course group. Or sorry, in four-wheel drive. Good stuff. And time has just started. So the next time all of these racers cross the starting loop, their official time will start, the qualifying time. So we'll let things settle down for a minute or two. 10-minute qualifying runs, which is great. Love to see a nice long qualifying run. I mean, in some classes of full-size racing, you don't get, you'd be lucky to get 20 minutes, and that's full-size. So there's Frank taking the top spot. It's probably going to be taken over by someone. A couple of guys have come through. Tobias Westhoff comes and takes it off of Frank. Waiting for Visa Sarja to cross. And there they go. So early leader, Tobias Westhoff and Frank Haler and Peter Saul. Of course, it's only after one lap. So it's only after you start seeing 3 or 4 laps completed that the times actually start to mean anything. Oh, and the red and white tape has finally been broken by a car crashing into the top of it, so I'm sure that's going to get repaired. A marshal needs to get out there and pull that tape off of the track. Are we on the 3? 3? That's our current leader, is car 3 of Peter Saul. Actually, just taken over by 7, but we'll stick with the 3 for another lap or so. It's quite a gaggle of cars. Whoa. I'm just watching crashes. We shouldn't be reacting to crashes off. Oh, and Peter. Okay, someone has retrieved the red and white tape off of the main straight. Look at the braking action happening on these things. Peter goes over the first double. Over the second, about to come over. There's spots of rain falling once again. It's not heavy, but it's just enough to put a little bit extra moisture into the surface of the track. And if you look very, very closely, we can see, actually, it's steady enough. It's actually speckling the track. So after this race, we might zoom in on that, just so you can see. But it's definitely keeping the dust down and helping maintain the track, weirdly. Those of you familiar with off-road racing for RC will be already discussing, I'm sure, in the chat, how various soil compositions of your favorite big off-road racing circuit. So it's so Peter's fallen down the order quite a bit. So let's find the number 8, who's our current leader. We do like to move around and not focus too much. There's the 8, just about the next car over the tabletop on the backside. That's a big mix of colors. There's bright green, bright yellow, there's white, there's blue, there's yellow wheels. Luckily, I think it's the only car with front and rear yellow wheels. That's one of our Finnish racers. And that is Marko Leitinen. He's coming over the first double. about to put a pass, or catching up very rapidly to our number 2 car. He's just flipped over. Frank Haler. Come on, Frank! We never cheer for a driver here on RC Racing TV. But come on, Frank. Come on. Do it for the Franks. So Marco is who we're with now. Number 8, our current leader. And this our 3rd fastest group of 4-wheel drive racers. 4-wheel drive guys. Let's see what kind of lap times these guys are doing. 37.2, 36.3 for Peter. That's best lap time. Is that 36, 38? 38.3. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see much faster times in the next 2 groups coming up. We've got, let's see, we've got Callan Gunn, our Australian racer. We've got Dario Vasselli, previous European champion. Martin Kraus. We have, let's see, Valentin Pusiat. Tim van der Elst. Peter Hartman. Pekko Ivanen. Patrick Schweitzer, our European champion in this category last year. Peter Hartman is our 2-wheel drive European champion. He's moved over to 4-wheel drive and says he's found it very interesting and a nice challenge. So Marco still leading away with this one. Frank Haler taking over 2nd spot. Sorry, well, no, just dropped down. Where's he going? Dropped down 3rd. Visa Sargent, the 7. About 4 minutes left in this one, so let's see if we can find that 7. Just in the infield. So the infield turn, just about to come over the 2nd double now, and then over the tabletop. It's Visa Sarja. We'll follow Visa around for a bit, and then we'll find Frank, because Frank is our guy. Number 4 car's just gone into the pits. That's not where you want to be. That's Leon Satchel. Still getting repaired. Shouldn't be doing the repair in the pit, like the driving area of the pit. But didn't get a penalty for it. I would have definitely given a warning for something like that. At least. Sun has come out once again, so rain seems to have stopped. So it's very intermittent, and it's very, very light. It only lasts for a few minutes when the rain does come now. But we're not due to... Oh, the 3 and the 5 got tangled up on the main straight, but they're back and going again. It's Saul and Christoph from Germany. Sorry, Christoph, but I cannot... I don't want to just demolish your name by attempting to say it. I gave it one go. That's all we can do. So who are we at? Let's find where's Mr. Haler? Car number 2. We've given plenty of time to many of the others, and there's Frank Haler coming over the first double now. The bright yellow with the blue side pods, black wing, white wheels. But I do kind of like this. I don't know how many of these are. They seem to all be MCDs. Yes, yeah. So the MCDs are the more, they look like basically just bigger 8-scale buggies. The Elcons and the other cars are just more streamlined. They look a bit more like 80s Tamiya cars. If you remember those, they're very streamlined, futuristic-y looking ones. Now the MCDs, I believe they're basically laid out like just a bigger 1/8 scale car. So the shock shafts are bigger, the hinge pins are bigger, the The suspension arms and the uprights, everything is machined aluminum or aluminium, alloy, whatever you want to call it. Whereas the Elcon machines have quite a funky clutch and front and rear clutch brake system. So you can actually tune the front and rear separately. Not just for brakes, but for actually for clutch and blade engagement, if I understand it correctly. And I'll get some more information on that because it is quite unique, and I'm sure it provides an advantage. So it will be interesting to see who takes it this year. Of course, last year four-wheel drive was won by Patrick Schweitzer running an Elcon. So of course he's going to say, yeah, the Elcon's faster one. Okay, so time is starting to finish now. As the second fastest group of racers are prepping to go out. So once these guys are done, it starts to move around a bit. So we've got basically each group, each category of cars will go out in order again, but basically in reverse order by number. So, for example, short course in qualifying group in first round of qualifying went out in order 1, 2, 3, 4. Very easy, very simple. This time, well, in round 2, they're going to go out in 4, 3, 2, 1 order. And then it'll be two-wheel drive, and they will go out instead of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They will go out 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. If you get what I mean. So that means this next group of racers, they're going to be this second group of four-wheel drive to go out. For example, at the moment they're the second to last group of racers to go out. So, drivers are headed onto the stand. So in this one, we've got our Australian-Swedish racer, Callan Gunn. He's Australian, yes, he flew here from Australia. And he's had a very busy and interesting year since the last time we saw him last year in Fairing. Literally on his trip back from Fairing, from Austria last year, started to feel a bit sick and was diagnosed with cancer. So he's had a year of cancer treatment, and he's not quite completed it yet. And we hope to see him next year once again. He's our favorite Australian Swedish racer. Callan Gunn running an Elcon. Dario Vaselli running an MCD. I'm not sure what the rest of the drivers are running, but if you do know, shout out in comments. But Vaselli running car number 2 from Croatia. Mayo Bucher from France in car 3. In car 4 is Czech racer Martin Kraus. From Denmark, we have Palle Hornum. From France, we have Eric Bellotti. From Switzerland, we have Melanie Trotman. From Finland, we have Samu Pavalainen. From France, we have David Marikal. From Belgium, we have Ben van de Velden. From France, we have Valentin Pouziat. So these guys are obviously all quick and confident. And again, after time to practice, they're in the second fastest group of racers. And the next time we'll see them, well, let's see, I suppose the easiest thing to do is just to say when the next groups of cars are out. So at 5:30, we're going to start with the fastest group of short course. They're going to be out. So that's Ian Audi, Jack Keatley, Taylor Lexford, etc. Two-wheel drive fastest group will be out Group 9 at 6:30. And the four-wheel drive fastest group, which in our case here is going to be then also the next group of cars we're going to see after the guys that are on track now. They will be out at 7:45 tonight. So again, starting with the fastest, ending with the slowest groups. But let's follow car 1 out first. It's our Australian racer, Callan Gunn. We saw his car earlier. I can't remember. There it is. Just coming through the L now. Callan running that L-Con. I think the shape of this car is actually coming to me now. I think both of the main designs, like the cab forward type body and the more sleeker body, both of them. Ooh, bad bounce there. Cased that one. Oh, drag race with that number 8 car. Who's that? That's Samu Pavalainen, one of our 8 Finnish racers that are here. But it looks like Callan is able to get better drive and traction out of the corners. And he's able to pull away from Pavalainen. Ooh, Pavalainen goes off the track. Marshall off to retrieve him. That's not something you want to be doing very often. As Callan goes into the L once again. Not landing absolutely flat, but most of the cars landing on their front left, coming off of that first big jump. Probably the highest speed jump that we've got on the track, but because you're turning, most of them land on the front left quite hard. Callan, is that Callan pulling off? What's happening to Callan? He's broken. Look at that front left. Exactly the wheel I was just talking about. And unfortunately, our Australian-Swedish racer, Callan Gunn, pulling off. He knows exactly what's happened. He's already walking off the stand. So tragedy in the first of his qualifying runs. So let's find Dario Rosselli. Certainly not where he wants to be in the second fastest group, but the car 2 just coming down the straight now. And into the L, landing flat, but getting a weird bounce there. Rosselli's always distinctive paint scheme of yellow and blue with that Croatian checker. I'm sure Rosselli is almost certainly going to move up in the qualifying order. After this one, we'll have to have a look once this round is finished and see where everybody's sorted themselves out. Actually, I think the MyRCM live online timing will be able to tell us. Actually, while I'm looking at it, 36.8 is Rosselli's fastest lap time at the moment. He's just been beaten massively by 35.7 by Mayo Bucher. 35.7, wow. 35.7, I'm going to write that one down. But I'm just going to come out of this timing and see if I can find, what was I going to look for? The overall qualifying for two-wheel drive. I think we already looked at that, didn't we? because that is Alex Schmidt. But you can see, I think it is going to go on fastest single round, because just looking at the qualifying results on the ranking lists, it looks like there's going to be basically just take your fastest single run instead of doing any sort of combining or anything like that. That's just a guess. But back to live streaming, we've got Dario Vaselli, Ben van de Velden, Eric Belatti. Mael Bucher keeps popping up into the top spot. 35.7, still fastest lap. That's the car 3 of Bucher. He's just gone over the first of the tabletop, first of the doubles. Coming over the second double now in that white and blue. Kind of a weird bounce there. Bucher taking a good line over the triple. So Vaselli and Bucher seem to be swapping spots. Ben Van Elden every now and then pops up into the second spot overall. So we're just going to give him some attention. That car 0. Where's he at? We on him? Okay. Here's the car 0. There he is. See how he gets over the triple. Not a fantastic landing, but he's good enough. Got very good drive in that number 5. Of Palle Hornum. He's already passed him as I look down. He's coming up on Vaselli next. He's got a loose body shell. Car 9 is broken a wheel off. So that is Marikal. So Bucher coming up on Dario. Not often we see Vaselli in a hard spot. Trying to hold him off, but he's going to get called. Yeah, he's kind of got to give him space. We are starting to see some ruts coming out of the L now, so that'll be interesting. I don't think they're going to do major track repairs. They may just let it go. So Bucher passed Dario almost a lap ago. Doesn't have a colossal lead over him. Vaselli, loose body shell's not affecting anything. Just maybe a half a tenth here or there. Van de Velden, who we're with. Sorry, I thought we were looking at Bucher, sorry. So Van de Velden is who we've been following in that car 0. Bucher pops back up there in the car 3. 3 minutes left in this one. Car 9 goes back out. Comes into the pits for a quick repair. And the Velvet over the second of the doubles once again. Good jump over the triple. A little bit long maybe, but I guess if it works, it works. So yes, the first turn is starting to get some potholes in it. Not from crashes or wings and tires that, ooh, that's not a landing you want to be doing. So 2 minutes left in this run. See if I can find Bucher is all completely on his own, not bothered by anyone. in the car 3. So just well off camera, but just keeping an eye out on our top 3 racers. The 10, 3, and 11 actually now in. So we're on the 10. Oh no, Vaselli popped up in there. Number 11 keeps popping his head up. So it's going over the tabletop now and into the bowl hairpin. This is our car 11 racer, Valentin Puziat. Definitely one of those names I remember from last year. I can't remember how well he did, but definitely a name I was saying quite a bit last year because obviously a quick racer. Puziat, actually with a really nice painted race scheme. It looks nice. Cars are starting to finish now. There's still 45 seconds on the official clock. Puziat, ooh, drifting around that. It's nice over the brow. Going past the Strecken number 8. That's Pavalainen. Well, at least he didn't go off the track this time. He's just upside down. That's fine. So Vaselli is finished. Van de Velden is finished. I think Bucher is about to finish. So let's see where Puziat comes in. And that 11 may steal a top 3 finish. And he does, finishes second. So that is Bucher, Puziat, and I believe Van de Velden. All right, so that's our second fastest group of racers in four-wheel drive. Well, second fastest racers overall. Right, so getting wrapped up in our RCTV hoodie, RCTV shirt, RCTV hat, RCTV rain jacket even. I'm not sure if that's on the RCTV shop, but you can check it out, see for yourself on RC Racing TV, or sorry, RC Racing TV, RCRacing.com. Getting mixed up. But yes, you can check it out on, you can find the product links on the YouTube channel and check those out. Use RCTV, use the code RCTV10 to get 10% off your first order. Yes, Olivier, one of our heroes, Dario dropping off in pace. So not sure what happened there. It could have been tires going off or something. I don't know. Olivier saying, hello, I became a member you didn't become a member last week. You became a hero. Olivier is one of our heroes. You can click that join button on the YouTube channel, and you will get 5 currency units of your local denomination deducted from your chosen payment system, and you'll get some stickers sent out to you as soon as possible. So there's answers your question, and you can. Aaron Morgan saying, "Let's go, Frank." Yes, of course, always. Let's go, Frank. So you get a cool. You get stickers. You get preferential treatment in the chat from us. Everybody will think you're awesome. Like everybody who doesn't have like a highlighted name and a badge next to their name in the chat will be like, "Who is this guy? This guy is cool." Guy or gal. We have no We have no qualms here. We have one engine out there that sounds just very slightly different. So yes, definitely become an RCTV hero, and yeah, you'll be extra cool. You'll get some stickers. You'll have a cool looking body shell, and things will be awesome. Life will be sweeter. Everything will taste better. You'll look better. You'll feel better, and everyone around you will go, "What is going on with this guy? They got some things lined up." Yes, I'm not sure how the quali is counting. I think it is going to be basically one to count and one to throw out, or basically one to count out of the two that we're having today. Time has just started, so maybe a good time to go through the runners and riders in this group of racers. This is our fastest group of racers, and let's see who we have got. We have, after timed practice, Fernie from the Netherlands has popped up as our fastest racer, but wanting to take that title off of Ferry is Roman Walter from France, and also from Belgium, Tim van der Elst and Ken Walkiers. We've also got Sven Rodewald from Germany, Don Krebaum from the Netherlands. From the Czech Republic, we have Peter Hartmann, last year's two-wheel drive European champion. And we have Pekko Aivonen from Finland, who came so close to winning the whole thing last year. It was absolutely tight, down to just the last few corners. Also from Finland, we have Jarno Siltanen. And from Austria, we have Patrick Schweitzer, our four-wheel drive, our defending four-wheel drive European champion in this class. And another Finnish racer in car 11, Asa Milima, who I remember that name, and I remember not being able to pronounce it properly. Looks like Pekko has some problems he's pulled into the pit lane. He didn't actually come into the pit lane properly. He just drove straight off the track. Not sure what is going on. I think he's calling it. That is a tragedy for our one of our many Finnish racers over here. I think we have 8 Finnish racers in total that are here. Pekko is just the one that we've spoken to the most, but there are many, many others. There are several others, I should say. Not many. Sounds like there's dozens of them. There's not quite that many. So we're 2 minutes into the counting. So let's see. Now's a good time to see where the actual order is standing. Yeah, it was definitely Pekka that has come off. Ken Valkiers at the moment in top spot in that car 4. So if we're not on him, let's see if we can find him. Roman Walter, then we have Tim van der Elst, Fernie Schweitzer, Krebaum, Milima, Siltanen, Hartmann, who's moved, I should say, up or moved into four-wheel drive from two-wheel drive. And then we have Rodewald, and unfortunately something's happened with Aivonen, don't know what. But that will not be obviously something minor. So anyway, well, I said the car 4, but Valkyrs. Are we on the 4? Yes, okay. And the car 2, not too far behind Valkyrs either, so we'll move to them next. That's the 2. Where's the 4? All right, okay, so they're not too far apart on track. That's good. So Valkyrs in the white and red, in the green and white is Roman Walter. And then we have Van der Elst in the 3. who's just come underneath us. We'll move to him in a moment. So here's our car 4 of Ken Volkers. So we have a lot of, we have a few drivers to cover in this with 6 minutes remaining. So Vander Elst is just about to come over the through the bowl hairpin and into the flat hairpin. So let's move to him. It's Tim Vander Elst, one of the top racers in this one, in this category. Well, generally in large-scale off-road. So we'll follow Tim around for just a little bit, and then we're going to move to the cars of Peter Hartmann and Patrick Schweitzer. So I'll see where they are on track. So they are actually very easy to spot. They're both coming to the 10. The number, through the L, sorry. The bright orange and yellow is Schweitzer. That's the car number 10. And then got Peter Hartmann, last year's two-wheel drive champion, is the next car immediately behind. So let's just keep an eye on that. Well, the lead car, Patrick, and we'll see as he works his way through traffic. If anything, I think Peter's just very slowly catching up to him. But on the timing board, they're separated by several cars. So Schweitzer about to catch up the Essa Millima, our Finnish racer who's remaining in this one. Good landing off of the triple. Peter Hartmann now actually losing a little bit of time there. Not sure what happened. Probably just caught a pipe or something like that. Who knows? So just under 4 minutes left in this one. This is the fastest group of racers. Let's see who's got the fastest lap. And at the moment, 34.704. That's certainly our fastest lap of the week. That is Roman Walter. And the cars we followed earlier, car 2. Roman Walter from France. Very curious. I mean, it's a real shame that we don't really speak to the French racers. I'd be very curious to know what their off-road, the large-scale off-road nationals scene is like. I know for the UK, it's quite big. Obviously, running mostly on AstroTurf and not clay surfaces like this. Let's drop back one car to the number 7 of Peter Hartmann, who's just passed up that number 11 of Essa Millima. Peter Hartmann, I would say our defending two-wheel drive champion, but he's not actually defending it. He's in a completely new category now. He's moved into four-wheel drive from two-wheel drive. And Peter making a quick work of Millima, but falling further and further behind Patrick Schweitzer. He's moved up into 7th position. He was in 8th. So, yeah, it's very difficult to... I mean, obviously the guy's he's a European champion. I'm sure he's a national champion as well. Or, you know, won many races. Oh, and Patrick makes a mistake. A very rare mistake. So let's see if that drops him down, actually. He's already in 7th. Well, he was 7th just before crossing the line now. So he's in 5th. But he definitely made a mistake there. Lost 2 or 3 seconds at least. Peter was almost right on his back bumper. Not that these cars really have a back bumper, but you know what I mean. We speak in allegorical, mystical figures here on RCTV. So let's see, running order still, Walter, Fernie, Van der Elst, Krabaum, Schweinzer, Valkiers, Hartmann, Millimal, Siltanen, and Rodewald. I don't think we followed Fernie in that car 1, so let's see where that is. Car 1 just coming past us now. I believe that's going to be an MCD car coming through the L. The Elcon L over the first of the doubles. Around the unnamed corner and over the second of the doubles. Around another unnamed corner and over the tabletop now. Around the bowl hairpin. And then the flat hairpin. Who's that? He's coming up on. Number 5 of Sven Rodewald. Potentially make quick work of Sven here. Depends how, a little bit depends how easy Sven makes it for him. He is being lapped, so yes, it goes just a bit wide. So I think this track is going to be a little hard to pass on. Just judging by how much the cars doing the lapping rely on the lappies to let them by. So it'll be a very interesting set of finals. So let's see where that finishes up. That is, it's already gone off of the timing. So, let's go off-road four-wheel drive. Let's see where the ranking lists sit at the moment. Roman Walter taking the first TQ. So, going to have to mark this one down. We're looking at, with 18 laps in 10:31. So that is the time to beat. 18 laps in 10:31. Right, so we are straight into round 2 now. So again, we're going to be starting with the fastest group of racers in each of the categories. So first up is going to be short course, starting with the fastest group. So first of all, main story in this one is that Ian Audi, last year's champion, TQ'd it. His best lap time was 36.4, and he did 17 laps in 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The other story in this one is that Taylor Letchford, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, he didn't finish his run. So it's kind of a big deal. If he doesn't finish this run, or he has a poor run, he could be in a very low final, which means he will have to work his way through the bump ups and basically wear out his car and engine and be very, very busy in the finals. So for him, it's absolutely vital for him to do at least okay to get into the semifinals. He needs to do at least okay. He doesn't need to TQ anything, he just needs to be, the main thing is to finish. That's the first thing. And the third story is that apparently we've been told that Taylor and his mechanic are going to be getting married next week. No idea where. I'm guessing possibly Prague. I don't know, because it's not that far away, at least on a map. On a motorway, it's about 3 hours. Well, I say motorway. On a two-lane country road. Beautiful roads, I must say. Very nicely maintained. much better condition than UK 2-lane roads. I will tell you that. But anyway, he and his mechanic, Taylor Letchford, and his mechanic are going to be getting married next week. So very much congratulations to them. I wish them absolutely all the very best and more. And let's start off the celebrations with just finishing and doing well. A top 10 finish would be absolutely fine. Top 5 would be great. So in this one, we've got Jack Keatley, Ian Audie, Taylor Letchford, all from the UK. We've also got Alex Mulder, Keys Jimink, Fabian Morat from the Netherlands, and France, all respectively. 2 more British racers. We've got Alfie Jack and Matthew Stokes. And then we have Mikhail Puziat, whose relation is running in four-wheel drive, second fastest heat. And Mikhail is from France, or Mikhail. And then from Germany, we have Daniel Scholing. That is car number 10. Okay, so while we wait for another round of refreshment to come through, we're going to have, let's see, we're just going to do, we'll do the next couple of heats, and then I will need to have a break myself, so so for Group 1, which is the slowest group of short course drivers, just have a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back for the fastest group of two-wheel drive racing. Meanwhile, we got less than 9.5 minutes remaining in the second round of qualifying. So, are we on Taylor, the white truck, already? Okay, good. Okay, and the truck ahead of him has a terrible bounce. It's Ian Audie. I was just going to mention him. I didn't curse him because he's not on camera. I did not curse him. It was not commentator's curse. So no one give me any of that jazz. So Taylor swinging out of the L over the first of the doubles. Come around the unnamed corner, over the second double, around the next unnamed corner, over the unnamed jump. The tabletop, around the bowl hairpin, around the flat hairpin now. All white. And with a big spoiler on that thing too. You see how big that spoiler is. Loads and loads of downforce. So things looking already better than the last time for Taylor. But it's not all about Taylor, so let's see if we can find the car 1 of Jack Keatley. I don't remember which car there he is, just coming underneath us now with the Union flag rear end over the wheel humps. This is one of those like super aerodynamic truck bodies. That's realistic to me, but it probably provides loads of downforce from all of the wheel coverings. They're quite sharply shaped. Jack Keatley, one of the other trio of British racers that is probably going to end up on pole position. Current pole position is Ian Audie, who's actually, we won't go to him just yet. Whoa, Ian! Again, I did not curse him. As soon as I mentioned him, though, he flipped over and had to get marshaled. So now Taylor's gone past him. I think after 2 big mistakes like that, Ian he's well down the order, actually. He's only running 6th position. Actually, no, he's, car 2. At the moment, 9th. And where does he pop up to? 6th. So, yeah, not a good run for Ian. Not able to back up his TQ run from the first round. But it all comes down to overall time. Taylor has gotten past him on track. We're still with Jack Keatley. All 3 of these drivers from the UK, but let's see who else has snuck up in there. The car 8 of Matthew Soaks, also from the UK. So where's that car 8 at the moment? There he is in the, well, that's handy. One side is yellow, the other side is orange. So it's the orange and yellow truck. It looks like an MCD, I can't tell. I'm not sure. Coming over the triple. Good jump off of that. Down the main straight.
Our leader, Michael Mirka. Michael Mirka leading this one from Aidan Gale. And he's leading pretty comfortably. He's predicted for a time, so in fact Aidan's now in front of him. So, been off the track somewhere. Let's see if we can pick up Aidan. I think he'll be 1 car in front of him then. The 3 car. There we go. Yes, that is Aidan's car. So it still looks quite pointy around neutral, but he's getting it around there. He was getting it. Oh, that was impressive for style points. Managed to pop the wheels onto the grass, but kept it moving. I think really the key to this, to setting a good time, especially with the crosswinds blowing around, is just keep it moving. You've got a good chance of getting yourself into the top 10 in round. Ultimately, that's what they're aiming for. Top 10 going to make up the A final, even if there's only 6 cars in a heat. There'll be some good opportunities to get some good round scores. Maybe takes the pressure off a little bit that you have the opportunity to experiment if you know that you're going to end up in a final anyway, and you're only potentially costing yourself a grid position or 2 by being a little bit brave on setup choices. That was quite a lot of curb there that Aidan's just taken, but he's managing to hang on to it, still leading.
Got more on the SA situation if you're interested.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What's the score?
He is Hungarian, of course, but it's just a licensing issue. Other people are thanking Victor for all this insight, and that's right. Max Verstappen is from Belgium, but also drives for the Netherlands.
Yes, absolutely.
There's precedent.
There is absolutely precedent that various drivers choosing to race under different language or under different flags for various different reasons. And yes, so it's been done before that it's federations that you can sign up under. So absolutely, if he's a member and he's qualified via the Austrian qualification method, then absolutely he can enter the Euros. So we've got Aidan has dropped off quite a lot now. He's obviously been off the track. He's just going to sneak through onto a 17-lap run. In fact, Darren's managed to get himself up into third position in the heat. So, despite his car looking like a bit of a nightmare earlier on, it's kind of come good towards the end of the run, and he's managed to pop himself up into third position. So, good recovery there from him. Out of those, so we are missing in the end Rainier Grimminger. Aiden quite considerably faster over a lap than anybody else, looking at that. But going to watch the top heat go out now. 7 cars in this one. So, you know, getting yourself in the top 3 in that penultimate heat, you've guaranteed yourself a top 10 within round, with there being 2 heats. So that's always a good place to start out in a quest to make the A final. This is heat number 4 of 13 that we have coming up. So this is the last heat of Formula 1 action for the day, this being a European Cup. Andreas Stiebler is going to lead away from Gergo Valent, David Erbar, Michael Lipperheider, Chris Grenz, Rainier Haller, and Michael Freeball. He's managed to get himself bumped up into the top heat for qualifying. Cars released out onto the circuit. This is just their warm-up lap. It's a good opportunity to get a feel really for what kind of car you've got underneath you. Last time you went out on track was with a Formula car was around an hour and a half ago. It's just a matter of easing yourself in, getting a feel for what you've got underneath you and what you think it's going to do. Drivers all up there and focused. Getting set to move off. Andreas Stiebler leads away at the front of the field then. His fairly traditional sort of green coloured body shell. Some might say forest green, maybe emerald green, but leading away at the start of it. Gergo Valent running in second, so we've had a quick opening lap from Andreas. Andreas' car looking pretty well balanced. It's looking quite nice. Where is he on a fastest lap? He is 15.8. So again, he's the only driver sub 16. He's Gergo Valent's done a 16.2. It's the next quickest lap. So we're like 3.5 tenths faster than anybody else. This car of Andreas Stiebler. Through that long bank corner. That goes on for a long time. You're steering for an awful long time when you're driving around there, and you're trying to balance the car on a bit of a knife edge between over rotation and just hitting that curb at the end exactly right. That was probably a little bit too much. He took a bit more curb there than he really wanted to. Got away with it. He's got enough in his pocket that he can just back out of it. There we go. That was a little bit nicer through there that time. Just see sort of rotating, sliding the car. Looking pretty good, pretty balanced. Let's see who else is out there. Let's see if we can find the 2 car of Gergo Valent. I believe he will be 1 car further back. No, not that car. I believe it's the white car on the main straight. Just coming down now. There we go. That's Gergo Valent, the second place driver. Gergo taking quite a different line to Andreas. As we get to the sort of end of the track, we'll see, point it out as we get there. We could see this corner here that we're just coming through. Andreas was drifting sort of quite high and wide and carrying a little bit more speed and sort of running through the middle of that corner. Gergo taking a shorter line but low, so having to scrub off a little bit more speed. Quite interesting to see the difference. You can see he exited that corner on a much tighter line. The car was much further over to the left-hand side of the screen than we've been seeing Andreas's car. So just a very different way of driving, showing that a couple of different lines through there can achieve pretty similar results. Overall, we've got a minute and a half left. Let's see if we can find David Airbar, the number 3 car, out there. He's quite possibly one car back. That wasn't particularly helpful. Yeah, David is going to be the white, blue, and black car. That's his normal race paint. He is just coming under the driver's rostrum now. There we go, he's the second of those 2 cars. So this is David Airbar. Looks like David's got some good horsepower underneath him. Car looks just a little bit more loose on corner entry. See, he's taking that higher line as well that Andreas seemed to be, or he certainly was that lap. Not sure if that's every lap he's doing that. Let's keep an eye out again. See if that's something he manages. Looking like Andreas Stiebel is going to take this. David Airbar now running in second position. We're running with him at the moment as we come into the last 30 seconds. He's some 5 and a bit seconds back from Andreas Stiebler. Andreas should just be able to roll it home here for the round win. .15 seconds, so this should be the final lap now. No, might get an extra lap actually. Andreas is going to make it onto the 19 lap run. David will just... Yes, David's made it as well. So David is... well, Andreas has finished with a 19.305.869. Just waiting for David's time as he crosses the line. So he's like 8.2 seconds, 8.3 seconds further back. So that's quite a big advantage there for Andreas Stiebler over like a 16-second lap. Effectively, he's half a lap down the road. That's quite a big advantage to have in your pocket. Yeah, that's big. That's useful. So I think he'll be pretty happy with that. And just about to see the spec class go out now. So Formula class done. We're going to see Andrew Walters, Mark de Witt, Peter Knudsen, Laszlo Kiss-Orban, Sindrik Damir, Jaroslav Kritz, Vittoria Fenley, and Daniel Bergener up there on the driver's rostrum.
So heat 5 of 14.
13, I believe.
Oh. They must have slimmed one out since they made the schedule this morning. But,
yes, since this
cool.
morning, I believe. Let me just check again that it hasn't changed. It hasn't updated. I can. We have the where are we? Heat arrangements for qualifying. Time schedule. Yes, 13 groups. So 13 groups out there. I thought I wasn't going completely mad. We have got 2 heats of front-wheel drive. We have got 2 heats of Formula. We have got, what do we got? 6 heats of spec? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 heats of spec and 3 of modified that we've got out there. So that's what we're looking at. What we have already seen is today. We've seen Daniel Pohlmann taking the first round with in the front-wheel drive class. We've just seen Andreas Stiebler take the first round of qualifying for Formula class, and we're getting set for the first heat of stock now. Andrew Walters leads away. His orange fronted green rear body shell. Definitely no controversy about the colours of that one. They're good solid colours. It's just a solid orange, it's a solid green. We know where we're at with those. Let's see if we can pick him up. He's just under the driver's rostrum now. So he will be, there we go. These are the front 2. And in fact, he opens up and lets Mark de Wit through into the lead. Let's pick up the leader. 1 car in front. And oh, Andrew's just had a sort of a half spin stroke clatter over the curb. Mark de Wit leading this one. And he's got quite a big lead already. He has got a like 1.8 second lead after the first minute. So it's pretty good going. Maybe a sign that he didn't maximise the seating position. Got to say, his car looks pretty good actually. Looks nicely balanced. Maybe a little bit of push on corner exit. He's not quite carrying the speed that he'd want it to, but it's okay. You can live with that. That's a nice drivable car. He can work with that. He can do something with it, and we'll be able to pump in quite a decent time. It's always difficult when you're by quite a margin the fastest car in your heat to know where you're gaining and losing time compared to other people out on the track. Your car feels mega. Watching this, I'd say it looks a little bit safe compared to some other cars. You see he's just pushing a little bit wide on the exit there. He's having to wait a little bit to get the car to rotate before he picks up the throttle there. It's really difficult because you're always quicker than your points of reference. He's passing a car there on the grass. Of course, keeping the car on the track, keeping the car moving forwards all the time is most definitely the best way to set the best time. It's pointless having a super fast lap and then spending the rest of the time on the grass. Andrew Walters up into second position. No, he's dropping down the field now because Andrew started out earlier. Bergener, looks like he has got some pace as well. So Daniel Bergener with the number 8 car. He started out quite late. Let's see if we can pick up the 8 car. What is it? He's the blue and white car. Just heading round. There we go. The sort of Smurf blue and white car. Traffic's falling quite nicely for him. And in fact, he's not putting Mark de Wit under a huge amount of pressure in terms of overall results. He's 1.7 seconds back, but he's not really lost anything to him. He sort of lost everything in the first minute. And I think Mark de Wit will be quite surprised quite how close Daniel Bergener is to him. Having started off as car 8, he won't necessarily have seen the threat from behind that's looming in his mirrors. And it's taken a little while to update. And some of the guys that started out near the front that haven't been passed on track will be quite surprised when the order gets called out at the end of the run, and find out that there's they're a car lower at least than they expected. I'm pretty sure Andrew Walters will be thinking that he's made a mistake. He knows Mark de Vit has passed him, but he'll be thinking in his head probably that he's running second overall, and then he'll suddenly find that the cars from P8 and P5 have got the jump on him on the split, and he won't have clocked where they've come from. 15 seconds. Michael de Vit pretty comfortable out in front. In fact, he's not that comfortable out in front. Daniel Bergen has got that gap down to where was it? It was it's about half a second now. So the gap coming down, I think it's going to be too late for Daniel to actually nick it. Let's just wait and see as he crosses the line. Yeah, he comes across in second. Yeah, 2/10. Well, in fact, it's just over a tenth at the end of it. So really strong recovery. I think Daniel Bergen is going to probably need to watch out for that one. Mark de Vit's going to want to watch out for that one. You can see 15.0 best lap. Daniel Bergener with some really strong pace right at the end of that run. And now he's starting at the front. He hasn't got to make his way past traffic. So be looking, if we have dry conditions again tomorrow, that we'll be looking for some strong pace from him.
Great to have everybody watching and commenting away on the stream. Great to have good numbers for effectively practice day, but we've got a round of qualifying as well. So understand why everybody wants to see how potentially the fastest round of qualifying goes along. Christian Steinberger says, come on, Andreas Stiebler. Daniel Sanzo says, what are the dark markings around the starting grid positions?
They're painted
burnt
bits.
Off some marking. Are they painted?
No, they're painted over. It looks like they're previous grid markings that they've painted over. They're effectively in the same positions as the current ones. They're just a little bit wider. Yeah, that is a good point. That's a little bit odd, but yes, it's they were wider apart than they currently are. The grid markings out there.
Daniel Sanzo says, are the different lines related to more car setup or rostrum position?
A bit of both, to be honest. It can absolutely be where you're stood on the rostrum. If you're stood, as you can see on the screen now, if you stood over on the far left-hand side of the rostrum, you've got a very different view compared to being stood on the far right-hand side of the rostrum, of that bank turn that we were sort of discussing about that high line around the middle of it, and like how much of the curb you can see on the entry. And certainly, if you're over on the left-hand side of the rostrum, I think you're going to struggle to see the exit curb, so you're probably going to naturally want to be a bit higher so that you can you give yourself a bit more of a margin, but then you're probably slightly tighter on entry. So yeah, absolutely, rostrum position can play quite a big part in that, in how you drive. Typically, I know whenever I'm on a rostrum, I like to be at one end or the other. It means that you're better in some corners and worse in others. You stand in the middle and you're pretty terrible everywhere. Is the normal way that it works. So you might as well take whatever advantage you can get. But yeah, it's absolutely a thing that if you're in a particular rostrum position, it can influence your line of sight that you can see into a corner. And if for a final you end up in a very different position, the etiquette for finals is normally that the driver on pole position, the driver number one, gets first pick of the their rostrum position that they want, followed by number 2, followed by number 3, etc. And so, yeah, basically, if you're number 10, you've got the dregs, you're on the steps, kind of thing. And the track can end up looking very, very different to what it has done previously when you've been out there on track. And it's quite a skill as a driver to be able to adapt to that. So out on track at the moment, we have got Philip Lischka leading with the number 1 car. Let's just see who that is that we've got. And in fact, that was I think that's the 7 car that we've got at the minute. Let's just see what car we can pick up out there. That's the... Just see who this is as they come through. It's the 8 car that we've got, or the car has number 8 on it, which is Patrick Colliker. Patrick lapping pretty quickly. He's kind of getting involved in a bit of a race that he doesn't need to be getting involved in. This is again this sort of discussion about multiple different lines. They're quick in different parts of the track. Basically, they're screwing each other's runs by not intentionally, absolutely, but they're together on track, and you can't really do anything about it because you can't back off. It's not a practice session; it's qualifying. You'll both lose time, but you'd be there we go. That's kind of what needed to happen for the pair of them, for one driver to make a mistake. Let's see if we can find the leader, the number 5 car. Just try and spot him. 5 car. He's the last of the cars off the bank sweeper now. There we go. It's the all-white coloured car. This is Corentin de Cret. So you see him drop down the order, and then he fires himself back up to the top. Fastest lap of 14.735. So he's just starting to pick his way through some traffic now. One minute left. See Corentin drop down the order again as Philip Lischka crosses the loop first, then pops back up to the top. He is leading this one by about 0.6 of a second. Into the final 30 seconds now. When you get to this stage of a run, you just want to be bringing the car home. You know that you're on a good run. You know that it's decent. You just want to lock it off. You'll be giving every apex just a little bit of a margin. That was not much of a margin at all as he ran over that curb, and that would have, he would have been, and again, Corentin's going to be fully clenched up on the rostrum, but he's just holding it together. Very, very tight, but yeah, he makes that through. So just misses out on a 21 lapper, and arguably with some of those little bobbles and wobbles over the curbs, he would have made that, and it was kind of unnecessary there at the end. Let's just have a look at that. They'd actually all finished by that point. So that was a... Oh, okay, right. So the car in front of him had a bit of a tank slapper going, coming off of the corner, and as he came off, he was, I've got this. No, I haven't. And dropped himself down the field. So that is heat number 7 done. So on to heat number 8. We're marching ahead aplenty at a pace. Heat number 8 getting set to go.
Jock Carlson is happy not to see bodies painted with the thinnest of white coats. At least from obviously the view online, it looks like fairly decent coats. I remember being at events where they're basically translucent.
Yes, to make them as lightweight as possible. No, they're the thinnest of yellow coats this time. So that's whether that be canary yellow or rosewood yellow or but yes, there's some good solid colours out there. So that's good to see. Makes life a little bit easier. But yes, that is actually another reason that you do see single coloured body shells, because some of the lightweight body shells now are so thin that the painters don't want to go near them with a knife for fear of, you put a slight knife mark in it to mask, to cut the masking, and you almost cut straight through the shell. You guarantee that it will crack in that area.
Got to say, happy bon appetit to Mike McBride, who is an RC Racing TV hero, and he says it's lunchtime in America. Hello, Mike. Thanks for being with us.
Absolutely. Good to hear people from around the world joining us. Mark Valent going to lead away from Valentino Maglietti, Boris Silardi, Roberto Fabiano, Darko Meister, Yaroslav Kritz, Riccardo Finili, Flavio Paladin, and Victor Litvinenko. I think Victor was quite quick in this heat last time. Obviously, this being the first round of qualifying, they've reset their order. But going to wait and see if what kind of pace that Victor's got at the tail end of this. It might take a few laps for him to make his way up towards the front. So Mark Valent is leading this one at the moment. We're running with him with the Candy Floss Pink and I don't know how to describe that blue particularly. He's just heading out onto the main straight now. We'll just give it this lap to see who pops up to the top. And we did think that the 9 car was quite quick last time out, and indeed he's moving his way forward. So let's see if we can find Victor Litvinenko. He's the blue and yellow car, or the 9 car, blue and white car. He's on the, just sort of X'd in the bank sweeper. There we go. In fact, he's just let the leader through, although that's not as big as it seems because he started out like 9 seconds behind him. So he's already a fair chunk before he did anything. Just seeing we've got a car pulled up in the middle of the circuit that looks like he's got a body tuck. So Victor having a scruffy couple of laps, but we'll continue running with him. It looks like he's got good pace in the car. Let's see how he pops up the order. A little bit leery there. This almost looks like a car where the diff is a little bit thick maybe. The oil in the diff is... It's kind of wanting to keep on rotating on corner exit when he gets on the throttle. Would possibly benefit from coming down very slightly on the viscosity of the oil in the rear diff. Another slight break into nerdiness. That will also make the car sort of rotate a little bit harder in the middle of the corner as well, and free it up on sort of corner entry. So might be a valid option for him. But looking decent. He's making some sort of progress. He crosses the line. He's running around the middle of the heat. Let's see if we can find the 7 car out there. He is the white and yellow car. He's just X'd in the bank sweeper off the end of the main straight now. It's further back than that. He is just coming out onto the main straight. There we go. This is the car of Riccardo Fanilli, an Italian driver running in second position. Looking good, looking balanced. Minute and a half left. He is about 2 seconds back off of Mark Valent. When it all plays out, again, he started off 7th, so it takes a little while for it to update. Yeah, what's he, 2.3 seconds back? He'll be aware of that. Just, again, keep it moving, get yourself a good starting position for tomorrow. Hope that it's dry. You can take advantage of that. Of course, form book goes out the window completely if it's wet. Still expect the quick guys to be quick, but beyond that, you might see some surprise names pop up who have got their wet cars pretty well nailed. We'd imagine most of these drivers would have wet cars with them. So specifically prepped cars. If we get any significant break in the action tomorrow because of the weather, we'll try and venture out into the pit, see if we can find some drivers, or find an example of a wet car and a dry car, and maybe explain a little bit the difference between them, between the how you'd prepare them differently, and what you'd need to do to make sure that the electronics are able to run in those wet conditions as well. Just coming to the end of that one, so this car we're running with, the 7 car, pop up into second place in the end. Mark Valent has taken that one.
I think the wet car versus dry car comparison would be fascinating. I'm guessing it's not going to be like the last time I filmed that feature was at the Cotswolds, maybe 15 years ago, and they were using pots of hair gel, like empty pots of hair gel, to put the electronics in. I'm guessing it's not like that anymore.
No, it's moved on a little bit, so maybe it's time to revisit that and have a look at how they might look. So there's more bespoke waterproof electronics that you can get now, and yeah, kind of if we have an opportunity, we'll try and put a couple of cars together so that we can see an example of how the two might differ.
I will say as well, wet racing is a ratings winner, because that same race from the Cotswolds was just a BRCA national from years ago, and we re-released it about 2 months ago. It went not viral, but it got huge numbers. People love to watch wet racing, so it could be quite interesting.
Yeah, it's not round the world. There's not a huge number of countries. The European countries are quite well equipped for running in the wet. I know the Australians do. There are pockets in America that run in the wet, but not necessarily everybody. So who have we got in this heat? We have got David Erbar, Simon Horak, Frederick Hovgaard, Adrian Violette, Orlando Fanilli, Jeremy Delalondre, Nicholas Storm, Kevin Schmid, and Yasmin Donath. So, drivers, you can see on the rostrum, it's everybody's pre-race ritual, bit of a stretch, bit of a just make sure your shoulders are free, shoulders are relaxed. It's weird. Everybody's got their own quirks. Everybody's got their own foibles, and if you can't carry them out, it throws your head off completely. Or it certainly does with me. Perhaps that's the difference between people who are good and me. But it just I don't know. You have your pre-race ritual. You just get settled into it, and it just works for you. David Erbar has led this one away. So David running his usual race paint, the white, blue and black. We saw that in the Formula class earlier as well. Let's see if we can spot his car out there. Yeah, we're following it, though we haven't got it on the main screen at the moment. There we go, that's David's car. And the red car behind him of Horak. Simon Horak has moved to the front, and David's actually opened up and let him go. So let's follow the red car of Simon Horak. If we can move forward onto his cut in the grass, such as his desperation to get away. Didn't cost him too much. He managed to keep up the momentum. It will trigger up as a slow lap, but in his head it will feel like a massively slow lap. And he'll think he's left a load on the table. It'll actually come down to, it will be 2-3 tenths slower. Still not necessarily what you want when you've got a few, you're stacking up against people in a bunch of other heats. But we've got heat 9 coming up next, which is the top heat. I believe. Let me just check that. I'm questioning myself now. I lied. Group 10's the top heat. So there's one more heat after that one. Orlando Fanili leading this one now. In fact, Yasmin Donath's got her way to the front with the number 9 car, so she started out right at the tail end of the field. Let's see if we can find Yasmin's car. She is the pink, black and white coloured car. With a little bit of time. There we go, she crosses the line. It's really close between the front 3 in this one. There's like 0.2 of a second between them. You can see as Yasmin crosses the line, where does she pop up? Okay, so the Orlando Fanili now starting to edge away a little bit. Let's have a look. So Yasmin dropping back very slightly. It's the 5 car that's looking pretty rapid out there at the minute. Let's just see if we can spot him. Five car is the orange or white and orange coloured car just off the end of the bank sweeper. Now coming through under the driver's rostrum. There we go. So Orlando Fanili crosses the line, pops back to the top. He's got some pretty stonking pace in that car. Best lap time 14.270. Not quite as quick as Simon Horak, but it looks pretty consistent. His gap has been edging upwards. He's managed to pull out a second. In fact, Yasmin Donath's coming back at Simon Horak now. So all 3 of the front 3 were together pretty much, but Orlando Fanili, who we're running with, seems to have pegged that gap at about a second. Pretty good, pretty comfortable out front with 30 seconds to go. Again, he's just going to want to bring this home. Just keep it rolling, keep it cruising round. And I think Yasmin Donath has retired from this run. She's just pulled into the pit lane. So you'll see her tumble down the order. Simon Horak moves back to the front. And then Orlando Fanili. So Simon Horak will be at the top for about 2 seconds, 1.5, 2 seconds before Orlando crosses the line. They started out car 2 and car 5, so they started out 3 seconds apart. And Orlando currently circulating. Well, he's just finished the run, so 21.304, 864. It's a nice run that he's built and put together there. So now the penultimate heat of stock to come. Time expired. Reason that took a little while for that was because to reflect was because there were still cars that didn't finish that were still circulating fairly late on. So if a car drops out early, then it's fairly easy to say they're not running. But if they drop out with like less than 30 seconds to go, the computer's still looking for them. So that's why you see some drivers not called immediately. You can see a few drivers sat up there now. So Lucas Ellerbrook, Benjamin Elbiser, Alexandra Kunka, Soren Sparbier, Maxime Ripoll, Stefan Schultz, Martin Huddy, Manuel Wagner, and Enzo Rousselan will be drivers taking place in this one. This guy second to left of the roster, he's exceptionally tall. I mean, they're not short guys, those other ones, but he's towering above them.
I hope he's not standing on a box. Paul Worsley will come over from the UK and rip him off it.
Yeah, he does look exceptionally tall, doesn't he? I mean, if we need help putting a banner up, I know who to go and find, but wow. That's, yeah, that's crazy. Lucas Ellerbrook released. Everybody is off and circulating. We'll give it a couple of laps, see who drops in at the front of the field, looking quick. Again, these guys will be... they'll think they... Yeah, probably in with a shout. If you're in the penultimate heat, you think you're in with a shout of making the A final. You typically better be in quite often one of the quicker cars in a slightly slower heat than you are being one of the slower cars in a top heat. So I don't think any of these guys would necessarily have designs on taking the overall European Championship, but they'll certainly feel that they could get themselves into the sort of the back half of the A final. After a couple of laps, let's just see. There's going to be sort of 4 laps complete. Lucas Ellerbrook has just popped it on its roof. Martin Huddy looks to be leaving, and in fact Manuel Wagner is the guy leading with the number 8 car. So let's see if we can pick him up. He'll be towards the back of the field. He's the all-white car, just off the end of the main straight and into the bank sweeper. Now heading through under the driver's rostrum. There we go. And this is our leader, Manuel Wagner. So cars hopping out of the place quite nicely in front of him. He's still, well, he's a 10th down on Martin Huddy that time. But he's back in front now because that's Martin directly in front of him in shot. So pretty close at the front of this one, actually. Let's have a look as they cross the line again. Out in the front of the field. See Manuel Wagner still leading this one by 1/4 of a second over Benjamin Elbiser. So he's made his way forward quite nicely with the, or stabilised the gap with the number 2 car. Of course, these guys will be out marshalling the top heat, which is set to run next. And see how we had Jan Rathajski quickest over a couple of laps last time out, but we'll see. Look like Simon Lauter probably better over a run, and a little bit of a nicer car to drive. So we'll see what he's got. We've got 2 minutes left to go, and we're still running with the 8 car of Wagner. Looking pretty good now, looking pretty comfortable. A little bit of a hop over the curb. He's still only 2/10 up on Benjamin Elbisser, having started out 6 seconds behind. So taking a little while to update as he crosses the line. It's not going to take a huge amount. It's like 3/10 now he's got the gap up to. Still pretty close. Again, these drivers kind of aware that this may well be the quickest round of qualifying that they do. If there's any kind of rain, this is going to be the score that, or the fastest time that they're going to have set and want to be using for any kind of tie-break scenario. So quite important for them. Should it stay dry tomorrow, then that would probably go out the window. Depends if we have any rain overnight and what exactly that does to the track. Track's going to be in pretty good condition now. It's been dry all day. Plenty of rubber being laid down. Manuel Wagner still leading this one. Still only 3/10 over Martin Huddy. It's not much. Not going to take a huge mistake. We're still staying at that 3/10. So this is really, it's quite tense. It's going to be, it's a bit like a high-speed where body into their final positions. And I think, what have we got? We've just finished, and yeah, exactly 2/10 of a second. So Manuel Wagner gets that. Martin Huddy starting out 1 car in front of him. That's really difficult to judge. Like, you how big is 1 second compared to 1 point? Close, but Manuel Wagner takes that one. Martin Huddy second, Benjamin Elbisser third. And we have the top heat now of stock. So who do we think is fast over 5 minutes in this? Well, we know Simon Lauter is very fast over 5 minutes. Jan Rathajski could certainly match him over a lap. Arguably quicker over a couple of laps. And just looks like his car, certainly earlier on in the day, has been a little bit scary. But we'll see how it looks out there on circuit. Ollie Boltink was quick. Enrico Jung seated himself up into the top heat. Christian Donath, Max Mackler, Gergo Valent, Adam Isay, and Jesper Rasmussen. Again, drivers just shaking themselves down. Doing the stretches, scratch noses, push up glasses.
Having a right old giggle up there, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
We are watching together the EFRA 1/10th Track European Championships, brought to you by Monaco RC. And also thank you to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray, coming to you live from Türkheim. And we're about to get into the sharp end of round 1 of qualifying on day 1.
Indeed. So this the top heat of the spec class. Then we just have 3 heats of modified to come after this. And that is our track action for the day. Simon Lauter leads away from Jan Rathajski. They'll just want to get themselves settled in. Here we go, Simon Lauter then. Centre of our shot leads away. Little bit tail happy, Simon's car, but comes good after about 30 seconds or so, or it did appear to earlier. Position swapping all the time, but looks like Simon is pretty comfortably out in front. I think Jesper Rasmussen is somewhere near there with the number 9 car as well. He looks like he's got some serious pace. He's currently 3rd overall, starting from P9. Some good speed from him. All over the place at the moment, the timing screen, still with Simon Lauter. He is leading this one by around half a second now from Jan Rathajski. Let's just wait and see how this updates. Jesper's dropped off a little bit, but give you some idea the quality of these guys, of these drivers, just how close everybody is. There's like 3 seconds covering the whole field at the moment on there. Let's see if we can move back 1 car to Jan Rathajski. He is the... There we go, that is Jan, the white, orange and black car. Again, Jan looking like he had sort of single lap pace. Though Simon Lauter, his best time 13.6. Next best time out there that I can see would be Jan with a 13.7. So he's got a 10th in his pocket, and you can just occasionally see Simon disappearing out of the front of shot. Simon now starting to catch and pass traffic. So he'll be coming up to, I believe that's the car of Adam Isay. Yeah, it was. Just saw them flash out of shot, the pair of them. Adam opens up and lets him through. So Jan's coming for Adam next. And that will be a bit of an eye-opener for Adam as well. I mean, he'll be circulating, thinking that his car actually feels pretty good out there, and then you just see a couple of cars come rattling past you. But, it's a good opportunity as well, though, when you do get passed by a quicker car, to learn exactly where they're managing to pull the pace on you. And Simon's pace advantage that he had at the start seems to be fading. He's just slid past, that's the 4 car of Enrico Young. So Enrico not been seeded in this heat for practice, just got moved up here for qualifying, and maybe finding the difficulty of being one of the slower cars in a very fast heat. Jan still running in 2nd position with just over a minute to go. Christian Donath up into 3rd position. Max Mackler's got himself up into 4th now. Let's see if we can go back to Simon for the final minute. He is the leader of the cars on the main straight now, through the banking. Simon is the white and sort of dark red coloured car out in front, the burgundy coloured car. We've got him, square in the centre of shot. So Simon's lead over Jan is now about 1.5 seconds. It's just edged up. It's just kind of been relentless for the whole run. He's not demonstrably faster anywhere, but it's a tenth here, it's a tenth there. If they're both on the same tenth, he's in the right half of it. He's just edging tenths and hundredths every single lap over Jan. So Simon will be really happy with this if he can bring this one home. Time has expired, so he just needs to roll it across the line, not literally. So Simon has finished that one. Let's see where Jan comes in. Nearly 2 seconds further back. So Ollie Bultink pops back up in third position. Really close at the end. Christian Donath didn't actually... Oh no, Christian Donath has finished. That was a slow last lap for Christian. So he sneaks up into third position. So Simon Lauter taking that one from Jan Rathajski. Christian Donath, Ollie Bultink, Gergo Valent, Max Mackler, Jesper Rasmussen, Adam Isay, and Enrico Jung. That then is our stock qualifying done. And into modified, let's just get an update on the ranking lists. So Simon Lauter overall in the leading the top 10 from Jan Rathajski, Christian Donath, Ollie Bultink, Gergo Valent, Manuel Wagner, Martin Huddy managing to pop up into the top 10. Benjamin Elbiser, Max Mackler is 9th, and Orlando Fanili is in 10th position. Overall, so just have a check with the other classes. So in Formula, Andreas Stiebler was quickest from David Ehrbar, Michael Lipperheider, Gergo Valent, Chris Grenz, Rainier Haller, Michael Mierke, Aidan Gale 8th, Darren Gale in 9th, Andy Frattaroli in 10th position, Michael Hauptley, Rainier Grimminger, and Michael Freeball. And in front-wheel drive, Daniel Pullman, Adam Isay, Soren Sparbeer, Enrico Jung. We've got Andy Murray, Stefan Kroner, Sebastian Mederer, Loris Buchholz, Matteo Buchholz, and Emily Rathajski. Top 10. And we now go into modified. Dai Sakaguchi, Tim Coman, Benjamin Jabira, Florian Wilhelm, Chris Briggs, Marek Sova, Thomas Veltzig, and Jacob Zabrowski. Dai Sakaguchi, I want to say he's led away, but I don't think he has. Yes, he has. He did lead away. It looks like he's running a slightly less offensive colour scheme this time. Just a solid orange. Car doesn't look wonderful though. Just dropping back down the field. So leading, we've got Tim Coman with the number 2 car. Let's see if we can spot the number 2 car. It's the 4 car. You can see, yeah, fairly big airborne accident there for the one car of Dai Sakaguchi. He'll be spent the whole day building up to that. And round one of qualifying on the first lap, he put it on the grass. Yeah, we've all been there. We've all done it. Some more than others. And, let's see if we can find the... in fact, it's the 3 car that leads. Let's see if we can spot him. 3 car is the yellow car with a black stripe down its roof. Just exiting the bank turn now. Coming through and under the driver's rostrum. There we go. That is our leader. So these modified cars, quite a lot more powerful than the stock class cars that we have been watching earlier. Not getting there in terms of lap times. Quite a few of the stock drivers, the fastest stock drivers, were sub 13 seconds. Sub 14 seconds on a lap. These guys, Benjamin Jabira, who we're running with, has just done a 13.9. He's the only driver to have gone sub 14 so far in this heat. Looking good, looking nicely balanced. Traffic is falling out of his way. He started out P3. So he'll be happy with this. There's 3 heats of modified. This should get him certainly a top 20 run, I think, from here. He'd be fairly hopeful of making the B final. Got quite a nice opportunity to do that. Again, traffic really nice to him. Just jumps out of the way. 2 minutes left to run. His lead is about 3.5 seconds. Got an early retirement from Chris Briggs. Tim Coman running in 2nd position with the number 2 car. Let's see if we can spot the number 2 car out there. Dai Sakaguchi seems to have got a bit of a handle on his somewhat evil car earlier on. The number 2 car that's the all-white car, so if immediately following this car, if we move back 1 car, there we go, that is the number 2 car. So Benjamin Jabira has caught and passed him, so started out 1 second behind, caught him, passed him, that put him 1 second ahead, and he's now a couple of seconds further down the road, so that's where his 3 seconds total advantage comes from. Wind still pretty strong out there on circuit, cracking flags. We just got a bit of an accident there for the car that we were following of Tim Coman. So he's going to drop down the field when he crosses. In fact, well, he had enough in his pocket that it didn't cost him too much in terms of overall position in this heat. It may do later on. It's opened up quite a big gap. So Benjamin Jabira is now about 10 seconds in the lead. He's given another lap or two, he'd have lapped the field. So really strong performance from Benjamin Jabira. He's come through in a 21.302, and Tim Coman is, let's just see what time he finishes with. It's like 11 seconds, bear in mind on a 14-second lap. So yeah, it's a pretty big advantage there for Benjamin Jabira. Takes that quite nicely.
Are these going to be the fastest laps we see all weekend? That's the question.
Ooh, quite possibly. It sort of depends on what the weather does tomorrow, but yeah, I think there's quite a strong chance that this is going to be the quickest round of qualifying that we see in terms of overall times. So that could be, in terms of points, doesn't make any difference. could be quite useful for tie breaks, having a fast time. So you want a good score when the track's dry. I'd rather have a good score with a dry track and a fast run than an equal score on a slow track.
Tom's asking, are Orlowski, Hagberg and Reinhard racing today?
They are, yes. They are out in the next heat. So this is the penultimate heat of Modified. We have got Remy Callens, Antoine Brunet, Tim Wahl, Christopher Krapp, Marco Kaufmann, Dimitrios Yanidis, Matthias Knopp, Michele Manzo and Jose Pereira in this heat. But yes, the aforementioned will be out in some 6 minutes time. Yeah, they'll be out there on the circuit and available for us to see what's going on. Driver's being called with 30 seconds left to go. Driver's focused. Remy Callens leads away from Antoine Brunet. We're running with Remy Callens out in front at the minute with the number 1 car. We'll follow him for a couple of laps and see how everything settles down. You can see the car looks balanced as you'd expect. He nearly made the top heat. He'll probably be kind of secretly quite glad that he didn't sneak in there. That's not not necessarily a nice place to be, up with those absolute superstars. Of course you get a little bit of a tow, but it's not always the sort of conducive to having a blisteringly fast run. Remy Callens pretty close with Antoine Brunet. So let's see if we can move back 1 car. Antoine 1 car further back. The plain white coloured body shell. These two seem to have made a bit of a break for out in front. Marco Kaufmann is not a million miles behind them either. He started out like 4 and 3 seconds respectively back. Remy Callens leading this one from this car that we're watching of Antoine Brunet by around half a second at the moment. You can just see Remy Callens disappearing out of shot. Remy having to pass some traffic. Still looking at Antoine Brunet as he's catching passing traffic. So through on that traffic, that didn't fall at a particularly good place there for Antoine. He had got himself to the front. That's allowed Remy to shuffle himself up to the front. There's like 2 tenths between them. Pretty close. This sort of high-speed chase going on around the circuit. Remy still leading from Antoine by there's like a couple of hundredths. It's really close between them, so we can kind of see both of them in shot. Looks like Antoine was a little bit closer that time, and he was. So he's got himself like 2 tenths in the lead. So this is actually the leader that we're running with, operating on the split, running in front of Antoine Brunet. Sorry, this is Antoine Brunet, Remy Callens, and Marco Kaufmann now hits the front. So 3 cars covered by less than a tenth of a second. We will just wait for a lap or 2 more before we go to Marco Kaufmann. He is the number 5 car, so I will just start trying to locate him on circuit, just so that we can see where he is. He is the metallic green car, just coming off the banked sweeper, heading round under the driver's rostrum now. There we go. That is our number 5 car of Marco Kaufmann, who moves to the front, and he's now leading this one by about 0.2 of a second. So really, really close to the top 3. Marco Kaufmann, Remy Callens, Antoine Brunet. Let's just see as they cross the line. Marco Kaufmann back to the front there's like 0.2 in this. So really, really close. I'm not sure that the other 2, Antoine Brunet and Remy Callens, sort of having a bit of a ding-dong battle out in front. They only started a second apart. They'll know where the other cars are. But Marco Kaufmann is going to be a bit of a surprise to them. They're probably not going to know. Marco Kaufmann now down in... Oh, no, he's back up to the front. 45 seconds to go. He's now got the lead up to a comparatively comfortable 0.8. Antoine Brunet dropping down the field, so I think we have some kind of a problem for Antoine. Marco Kaufmann back up to the top. It is about 0.8 now, and these 2 quite comfortably ahead of the rest of the pack. Kaufmann has got it up to 0.9 now, so his pace is good and strong all the way through to the end. Makes it through onto that extra lap. He's got a second in his pocket now, has Marco Kaufmann, so just needs to bring this one home, which he does successfully. Crosses the line, so 23.304. And 1.2 seconds in the end. So Remy Callens just going a little bit soft at the end of that. But we have got one more heat of track action today. So, final heat set to go. And Eric Dankel has seeded first. Then Bruno Coelho, Ronald Volker, Mark Reinhard, Michael Olowski, Robert Peach. We've got Alex Hagberg, Alessio Menicucci, Yuri Weisin, and we have got Oliver Havranek as our top 10.
Well, if you just tuned in, ready for the top heat of mod to go out for their first round of qualifying, well, thanks for joining us. You've missed a couple of hours of great racing, great dry racing. It might be the only one we get for this weekend. We hope it stays dry, of course. But there they are, top guys out, ready to go to their first qualifying. Tom's saying it's wonderful to see how consistent they're all driving.
Yeah, absolutely. As you start getting up to the heats, it's they're just relentlessly brilliant. All of these guys are. You look at, I mean, what are we looking at up there on the rostrum? 3 world champions, 4 European champions. In fact, four world champions. Can see up there. Like multiple European champions. Yeah, this is a stacked field. So anybody that gets anywhere near the A final is going to have done exceptionally well here.
Indeed, this is the one you've been waiting for, and thank you to Monaco RC. This live stream is brought to you by Monaco RC. It's the EFRA 1/10th Track European Championships, coming to you live from Türkheim in Germany. We're crowning 4 champions. Oh no, we've agreed we're crowning 3 champions and 1 cup holder this weekend, and we want you to be with us every step of the way. And we thank Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies, and X-Ray for help making this better than it could have been. There we go.
Eric Dankel set to lead away then with whatever colour that is that we Yeah, some kind of yellow. Eric Dankel leads away then. Off down there, it's yellow, but not as we know it. Eric leading away on this one. He had some really good pace all throughout, and a bit of a... he was starting one car behind Bruno last time, and just literally drove up the back of Bruno and kind of forced Bruno into a mistake, which is very, very odd to see Bruno making those kind of mistakes. But Eric Dankel leading this one from Michael Orlowski, Robert Peach up there supporting Eric Dankel, as is Ronald Volker. So Mugen 1, 2, 3 at the minute for Dankel, Volker and Peach. Eric Dankel looking super comfortable. One minute in, Eric is like 0.2 of a second. No, in fact, Ronald's now pegged that back. It's less than a tenth. Bruno's now got himself involved as well. So Bruno must have done a stonking lap somewhere. Yes, he has a 12.519. It's the fastest lap of the run so far from Bruno. Let's just see, Bruno's now hit the front. So if we can move back one car. It's the all-white coloured car of Bruno Coelho. So Bruno returning the favour. Eric sitting in behind him last time and turning the screw. Climbing all over the back of Bruno and frightening him off the track. Bruno now starting out P2. He's got himself in front on the split. Not by much, but it's enough. It's half a tenth. It's not going to take much for that at all to change. Still just over half a tenth. Relentless consistency from both of these guys. You see Eric Dankel out the front of your shot. We're focusing on Bruno Coelho at the moment. Obviously world champion, multiple European champion. Exceptionally talented Portuguese driver. And Bruno now looking like he's just edging towards Eric. Eric started out in front and managed to sort of flick to the top. Ronald Volker's not out of this. He's only 0.3 back from Eric Dankel. 2 minutes left to drive, so kind of a thrilling battle going on that's not really a battle. They're just operating and chipping away at each other on the splits. Eric's going to kind of have Bruno in the back of his head, and he's sort of thinking, yeah, is that, how big's a second? How big's that gap at the start? Is that a second? It's like, it is. Bruno's 0.3 in front, but it's really difficult to judge that. Bruno's got the gap up to like half a second or down to half a second between them on the track. At this point, you start to know really that you're definitely in front. That's much easier to spot. But even so, it's like one mistake. It's not really even a mistake, just overcooking it slightly into a corner, and off you go. Bruno well resistant to that. Still leading by half a second at the moment. Bruno Coelho looking like he should take this first round. He is like 0.6 now. Michael Orlowski's got himself up into third position. He's only 0.9 off of the lead. Ronald Volker is like 1.2 seconds off the lead in fourth position. Mark Reinhardt's like 2 seconds off the front, and he is in fifth. So super close between all of these guys. 15 seconds left though. Bruno Coelho, he's not going to catch and pass Eric Dankel on track. he doesn't need to. He started out 1 second behind. So they're going into their final lap now, these top guys. Bruno leading this one by about 0.8 of a second now. And I think Eric will be very glad to hear that he's finished as he crosses the line. And Eric throws it at the line. You can see the car backwards there. So it's just trying to gain a tenth. So Bruno Coelho takes that one from Eric Dankel, Michael Orlowski in third position, Ronald Volker, Mark Reinhard, Robert Peach, Alex Hagberg, Yuri Weisin, and we had retirements from Oliver Havranek, and Alessio Menicucci. Early dropouts from that one. Shake of hands there between Bruno and Eric, congratulating each other. All of the drivers up there on the rostrum congratulating each other, just having a bit of a debrief up on the rostrum, figuring out exactly what's going on. Pretty certain that Bruno's going to have been the quickest overall in qualifying. Let's just see if anybody else has snuck into the top 10 that we didn't expect. So who have we got? Bruno Coelho quickest from Eric Dankel, Michael Orlowski, Ronald Volker, Mark Reinhard, here we go on screen. So we can see guys from the previous heat, Marco Kaufmann, Remy Callens, Christopher Krapp managed to slot themselves in to the back end of the top 10 there. And you can see their best runs up there. That's going to be potentially quite critical if we get the forecast rain tomorrow. But that is our track action for today.
Robert Peach, he's not there, is he?
Robert Peach is here.
There?
He is, yes.
Oh, okay.
He's in sixth position.
Oh,
yes.
Wow. There you go,
Robert. So yes, because he was in Villarreal last week, wasn't he?
He was, yes, he was.
So
I mean, it's told me.
It is his job. Obviously, he's Mugen's chief designer, effectively for the on-road platform. So that's his role. That's his job to be there supporting it. So they're Mugen's big on-road classes. So that's why he's there, predominantly as support for Eric and Ronald. But yeah, he's obviously a very proficient driver himself.
Well, there you go. That's it. Opening ceremony next, and so we'll bring you some images from that on Facebook later on. But I guess we're back tomorrow morning with more qualifying.
We are, yes. We'll find out tomorrow morning what the exactly what the score is. So there's a team manager meeting tomorrow morning. There's rain forecast. We'll wait and see really what happens with the rain, whether it's forecast all day, and exactly what happens with qualifying, whether they do sort of shortened practices. We'll have to wait and see. We'll bring you that. We'll have to work a little bit on the fly with that, but we'll be, as soon as we can get live, we will be.
Well, this has been the Monaco RC EFRA 1/10th Track European Championships Day 1 in the books. Thank you to Hobby Wing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray. Thank you to James. Trackside.
Thank you, Matt. No, thank you. And thank you to, obviously, Ash and Zach as well for their great work in helping to keep this stream up and running.
Exactly. Cool. Right, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Goodbye.
cars. So it's going to be a very slow lap for Sandro. We'll just stick with him and see where he ends up after this lap. That big clot of mud or whatever it is on his right rear tire just makes it look like the car's just not performing very well. He's dropped down to 6th place after running 2nd for several laps. So all of this getting hung up on a pipe and going about a bit wide and getting caught up with other lap traffic, and so just having, basically just a bad lap. And now he's got now a bad bounce. And now again, he's affecting the cars that he's trying to put a lap down. So it's, not great. And so that's going to put him, he was running down in 9th, and that only popped him back up to 6th position again. So he's dropped down the order. Car 3, Peter Pfizer. Where's he at? Is he one of these? No, he's not one of the cars that was getting all mixed up with Sandro. Hopefully he's not the dead car. It's in the middle of the track. No, that's the car 4 that was unfortunately affected quite a bit by Sandro. There we go. It's the Bumblebee car, I guess. The hexagon pattern car on the side. So 4 minutes left in this one. I wonder if there's, who haven't we followed? So the car 5 is out. Car 7 is Milan Let. I'll look for these. You stick with the 3, Jim, and unless you... There's a 7 just coming over the big jump. I don't think we followed him at all. Try to give everybody just a bit of love. We love all the drivers here on EFRA and RCTV. So this is Milan Let. We don't get to showcase every driver, unfortunately, so we do what we can. Car 11, I think, is still running. It's Milan Prussia. There he is in the pink back end with the yellow rear wheels. He's coming out of the L. Car 11. And he's catching up to the car 0 and 9. We might as well get them all in there. 0 and 9, so it's car 10, actually. Mark Higgins, who I think we showed earlier, and Elias Letamaki, all 3 of those guys running roughly together. They're in the same space of track. So there you go. So 3 follows in 1 shot. For those of you keeping track. We've already followed the 2, so we've got the 9 in there as well. We got the 10. And then I think the last one that follows possibly the car number 6 of Michael Schultz. So we'll stick with these guys because I'll find the 6 in a little bit. There's no rush because there's still 2 minutes to go. Sandro he's worked his way back up a little bit. He's back up into 4th, 5th. Not having a great time though. So behind Sandro here in the green car, just coming over the second jumps, these 2 cars, the 6 and the 8, I don't think we followed either of them at all. Obviously, we've only been here for today so far. But Michael Schultz in the leading of those 2 cars, and then Libor Pikal is the next car behind him. Sandro getting a bit squirrely and wild there. So let's follow that car 6 for a little bit, and then as we get to the end of the lap, we'll drop back to the white car of Pikal. So over the tabletop, we switch to Pikal for the last lap or so. pretty sure we haven't followed him. So I think that's everybody, including all the leaders and everybody. Lucas Portrait still in the lead with this one in car 1. Libor Pikol, actually, the car 8 is actually running second. Car 3, Peter Pfizer, and then we've got Michael Scholz, Erlenhofer, working his way back. Letamaki, Prusa, Adamek, Higgins, Lett, and Deleuve. Not finishing this one. So there we go. That is Group 7 now done. Next one out. Remember, we're counting backwards. Group 6. Right, okay, so Group 6 getting ready and in the pit lane as you can see. They are the next group out. We've got Petra Jilkova in car 1, Maris Kazaks in car 2, Philip Dokladal in car 3, Demontas Celsiulis in car 4, Kalinauskas Mendaugas in car 5, Janice Zarens in car 6, Maris Garklovs in car 7, Kurt Hafliger in car 8, Fabian Ritter in car 9, Lucas Horman in car 10, and Merrick Kovar in car 11. Voita saying, very good coverage, guys. By the way, much appreciated. Well, thank you very much for watching. We appreciate you and everybody who is watching, either whether it's this stream, Large Scale Off-Road from Starec in the Czech Republic, or from Türkheim in Germany, where James, Zach, and Ash are for the Electric Touring Car European Championships, Electric Touring Car full drive and fronty, and I think the Cup for F1, because they're not quite enough to make a European Championship. So busy weekend again for us. Another double ender. We had a triple banger a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, quite busy for us. So we do appreciate it. And once again, we appreciate everyone watching any of the broadcasts. So it's really good stuff. We do appreciate it. If you want to help us out, help out RC Racing TV and keep great RC TV coverage coming straight into your eyeballs, you can do one of two things. Well, one of three things. You can tell all your friends about it, share the streams everywhere. Share and embed the links everywhere that you're discussing and talking about RC. You can also join the RC Racing TV YouTube channel and become an RC TV hero, and you'll get a sheet of stickers emailed to you. You'll get a cool a badge next to your name in the chat. You'll get your name will be highlighted. You'll get shout outs every time we see you, and we'll talk to you and about you. Well, not about you, but to you about yourself. And also, if you have any follow requests, we'll follow your follow requests first before we follow anybody else's. The final way, well, one of many ways, the third of many ways that you can support us is go to rcracing.com and you can check out the merch that we have on offer. If you're depending on what YouTube platform you're watching us on, you can find links to the merch directly in the YouTube channel, or you can just go to the website rcracing.com and check it out. And there's some really cool stuff, of course. Let me just triple confirm. rcracingtv.com, yes. So, and you can also get 10% off your first order right now with the code RCTV10. It's RCTV10. So, I've got a very comfortable hoodie on as we speak. I've got the hat on, I've got a shirt on, so yes. All good stuff, all great stuff. So thank you very much for watching, and anyone who buys a shirt or joins us as a member or as a hero member, absolutely fantastic. And you're all awesome. Everyone's awesome. Some people are just very slightly more awesome because you're wearing an RCTV shirt or have some stickers. So yeah. Right. Okay. So. Looks like we have some Dutch going on in the chat, so that's great. I wish I knew some Dutch. Vel Luke, I think I can translate that one. It's not rude, I don't think. Okay, so we are moving on with group number 6. So after this one, we've got group 5, and that will be the last of the qualifying groups for two-wheel drive to be out, and then it'll just be four-wheel drive remaining. And we'll be ending the qualifying today at 8:55, just before 9 o'clock, and hopefully restaurants will be open and we'll be able to get some food. So there's that. Right, so in case we need to be catching you all up, we do have 2 TQs set in stone now. The first TQ is last year's defending short course champion, Ian Audi. Ian Audi running his own engines, running, I believe, still the TLR chassis. Ian taking the first round TQ, not doing so hot in the second round, but no one else was able to beat his first round TQ. So he's got the overall TQ. Congrats to Ian Audi. Second TQ is Wesley Van Helmond, who had a great run in his second qualifying run, which we just saw several minutes ago. And he beat Alex Schmidt's first round TQ and did it in very convincing fashion. So excellent for him. And actually, I can have Sorry, just sorting out some photo requirements. So hopefully that's, yeah, for now. Okay, sorry. Some shouting over some of the engine noise. Just trying to get some photo requirements sorted out for us. Okay, so let's see what we can see. We've got Celsius, Damantas Celsius in the car. 4 is out in the lead, just pipped just now by Lucas Horman in the car 10. And then pipped again by Petra Jilkova in the car number 1. So what car are we on? Like I can't hear anything that you say. 4. 4 is dead. Okay, that's unfortunate, but yeah. That was Celsius dropping very rapidly down the order. And another car has come in. It's the car 7 of Garklavis, who's also well down the order. So let's find the car number 10 out there of Lucas Horman. I don't think we've shown him at all. Lucas Horman, obviously, I'm pretty sure, going to be running a Horman car. One of those funky-shaped, futuristic-looking buggy machines. I think this is him coming down the straight. Yes, there we go. There's Lucas himself. Coming through the Elcon L, which is, I mean, mildly funny, but maybe not to Jim because he's not super familiar with the cards, I think. But Elcon and Horman obviously are competitors out on track. So Lucas coming over the tabletop, round the bowl hairpin. Here the flat hairpin. One of the cool things about this class is that they use actual real tires as barriers rather than just boards and stuff. You know, you need something substantial to stop these things when they get slightly out of control. Lucas coming up on the number 8 car of Kurt Hafliger. Petra Jokova still running in second with car number 2 of Maris Kazaks in position 3. So let's see if we can find one of them. We've had a very high attrition rate in this one. We've had Garklavis, Celsius, Kovar, and Ritter stop running, and Dokladal not actually even getting started. So only 6 cars of the 11 running in this. Is an unfortunate landing for the car number 5 of Mendaugas. Petra Jokova just taking over the top spot in the car number 1. See where that one is. Just coming down the straight now, and Petra is a Czech racer. So the red, the white, and the blue. All making sense for so many nations. So I was thinking, well, it's not really red, white. It's more of a teal, white, and sort of a, not a dull pink, but a pink. It's very dark teal as well. And Horman getting stuck in a pipe and just got passed by Petra, so that's going to be a super slow lap for him. And drop down the order quite a bit. So 35 seconds left in this one. So, yeah, so Petra actually is the very first car to finish their run. Must have crossed the line almost immediately after the horn sound. Well, actually, it was probably the first car to come across the finishing line. Car is really starting to finish that. So I'm wondering where Horman is going to come across. Horman may have finished, but I'm not sure. I think 15 laps might be it. Yep. So it's no more crossing the finish line for Horman. So that is another group finished. We are counting down the heats. So the last and final group of two-wheel drive racers is about to go out on track. And that is group 5. And then we're going to have the fastest group of four-wheel drive racers come out. And then about another group heat after that. So I'll just come off the comms just very quickly. All right, so TQ photos are in progress. So thank you very much, Ben. And the next group about to go out on track. Track has just been opened. So once again, we'd like to thank everybody for taking part and being a part of our live coverage for you all here at the 2023 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships, brought to you live from Starec in the Czech Republic. We're in the south of the Czech Republic, about 3 hours south of Prague and a couple hours north of Vienna. So if you look on a map or check your Google Maps or whatever, you can see roughly where we're at. So this coverage is brought to you by EFRA, as always, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles, the European Federation that organizes the European Championships across Europe. And we are RC Racing TV, bringing you this great coverage that we hope you're enjoying. So this coverage is being sponsored by Elcon Models, rccaronline.de, and also RC Fox. So thank you very much to our very generous and wonderful and fantastic looking sponsors. We really do appreciate all of the support that you give us, and to RC Racing in general. Not just RC Racing TV, but RC and RC Racing. So thank you very much. We do love you and appreciate you. So this here is the last and final group of qualifying for large-scale off-road two-wheel drive. You can see these look quite a bit different than the short course trucks and even the four-wheel drive cars. So in this group, we've got Uwe Dombrova, Sasha Kuz, Uwe Stumpf, Craig McGuinness, Henrik Worm, Richard Hirnick, Torsten Neska, Paul Diver, Antonin Hadas, Michael Lang, and Jan Masijic. These drivers coming from Germany, Switzerland, UK, Denmark, Netherlands, Czech Republic, and I believe that Slovakia is SVK. So the time has really started counting down. Drivers are starting to complete their first laps now. Paul Diver with the early lead. Jan Masijic popping up in there. And see a lot of chat in the chat. It's all in Dutch, and so I can only hope that everyone is keeping it civil and friendly, because we all love RC racing. That's why we're watching. That's why we're here. So Masijic now taking over top spot in the car 11. Is that who we're with, Jim? Okay, very good. Going over the first of the doubles. There's Phil, but I can't really shout at him while I'm on the mic. Sorry, we're still with the 11? Okay, very good. So I was just off in space doing some thinking there. Some heavy thinking. And it looks like the sun has gone in behind the clouds again, so we've kind of lost that sharp definition of the ruts and such. But Masijic about to go over the triples now. Looks like we've got Ben is back. Let's see if we can find the car 3 out there. Is currently our second place driver. Just trying to convince an old man to climb a rickety ladder to talk RC after he's taken a photo. All right, so sorry for the blankness there. Just trying to sort out a couple things. Anyway, we've got Diver, Masijic, Stump, Koos, Dombrova, McGuinness has just popped up, Lang, Worm, Hirnick, and Neska. And look at that, Hadas. We have 11 11 cars are supposed to be out there, and we have 11 cars out there, actually all running. That's fabulous. All right, so let's see where the number 8 is now. Keeping Jim busy. There he is, just coming past us now. Coming through the Elcon L. One. Okay, looks like we have both of our TQ drivers, Leslie Van Helmond and Ian Audie, downstairs getting their photos taken by our videographer for the week, Ben. It looks like we have more bits of inner foam all shattered out there on the track. See Pekka Ivanen walking around. And I see Petter Hartman. He's ready for his run in the next group of qualifiers. So yes, the fastest group of racers are out next after these guys, and that's the four-wheel drive top group. But stick around, because the second fastest group, there's surely going to be one or two guys in there, racers, that are going to beat out some of the guys in the top group. So it's all to play for in the second group of second qualifying round. Oh, we have another broken car. Is that one of the cars that we was? What car is that? It's the 5. It's not one of our leaders. It's actually running dead last, but that's not great. Not great at all to finish your day like that. We've got Ian. Okay, so let's get things set up for our honored guest. What better way to make an entrance?
They seem the safest way.
Okay, so headphones. I'm not sure how you're able to hear me. Maybe. Let's see if this works. I don't know if this is going to work. On my phones. See if see if you can't hear anything.
Louder.
I can hear you.
I can just about hear you. Sorry.
Okay, what? So we're, let's see, who are we on? We followed the 11, followed the 8. Who are you on, Jim? Which is our last place car. So good choice. No, I'm kidding. Can you hear? You can't hear me at all? I don't know if that's the correct thing to be plugged into, to be honest. Maybe that? Can you hear me now?
In this ear?
Hey, okay, as long as you can hear me.
That's better.
Okay, good. All right, so might have to turn you up a bit. Okay, say something profound.
Profound. Well, isn't the weather lovely now?
There we go. Okay, that works. Okay, I can just about hear you, but I have noise canceling earbuds in because of the engine noise, so it's okay.
Okay.
So you're louder to people listening than anyway. Honored guest Ian Audie, TQ man. I mean, that's a pretty good start to defend your title from last year.
Yes, there was a few problems, especially in the last round. I had a few engine problems.
What was going on in that last run?
The engine was a nightmare. It wouldn't throttle properly, so I couldn't do the jumps properly, and then it cut out before the finish. But the first run was good enough with that to make the TQ. So the car's fine, and I'm driving okay. I just need to fix the engine.
Okay. And of course, you tune your own engines.
Yes, yeah. So maybe it's a little embarrassing. I don't know. Before you say it. No, but you can have a problem. I think it's the carburetor. So I will put a new carburetor on tomorrow morning.
Okay. It's interesting. I've never tried tuning any of these large-scale engines. I've only fiddled around with the nitro stuff. And, you try, you wreck a few cylinders and sleeves trying to hand port something, and you go, yeah, okay, never again. I'll just buy a tuned engine.
Yeah. Well, I do them all on the CNC, so the engine's fine, but the carburetor, whilst there is only 2 mixture screws, it's quite precise inside. You only need a little bit of dirt in the wrong place, and it's done.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I mean, because I suppose would it be true to say that, like, a full size, if you fit around with, say, a V8 or a V6 full size, you have a bit more wiggle room to mess something up?
You do. Because all the jets are bigger as well in a V8 or a V6. So a little fine speck of dirt will just go straight through. It doesn't make any difference. The size of the jets in our engines, in these 2-stroke engines, are so small that any dirt anywhere in the system, and it just stops it running properly.
It's and I suppose with nitro engines it's even just more fine.
Nitro actually use more fuel than we do.
Right.
They actually have bigger jets and things than we do.
Okay.
They're a little bit more tolerant. These are very precise on petrol.
I can only imagine the amount of work and time and hours, and like you said, I didn't realize that you use a CNC. I suppose it makes sense. Now that you say
it's the only way to be consistent, making cylinders the same.
Yeah. Okay, so now we've got the track. Have you seen the track from this angle?
I think it looks fantastic now. The bumpier, the better for me.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, how has it changed from, obviously it's changed over the week because it's been very muddy, and and today it's, it started off quite wet and damp and standing water and everything. So are you able to see these striations and all this up there?
Yeah, very easily, and you can feel them when you're driving.
Yeah. Okay. So where is? I mean, obviously, we can't see too much over there. We see the landing zone here.
Yeah.
The landing zone off of the big jump is now completely in shadow. But where's the track breaking up the most?
Probably over where the triple is.
Okay.
The sharp left-hander where you go up the hill to the triple, accelerating out of there, then the right-hander to get the run at the triple where you're accelerating is quite rough, and that makes the triple much harder.
Right, okay. Because
the rest of it's quite easy. Yeah, you need to carry the speed in a line. So if your car starts kicking around, you can't do the triple.
Yeah. So you have to recognize that and maybe do it as a single-double or a double-single.
Or run maybe a little wider to carry more speed down to it.
Right, okay.
So the lines are changing as the track develops.
Okay. To me, that's what makes off-road like truly interesting. It's not, there's the setup and, having the right tires and the driving skill and stuff like that. That's all part and parcel of just racing in general. But the changing of the track is really a big thing. Yeah,
one of the big things when the track develops like this, and you can see all the holes. Often the racing line is not the quickest now.
Yeah.
Because the holes are where everybody runs.
Yeah.
So sometimes you've got to switch lines from one side to another, which looks like a rubbish line, but it's actually quicker.
And what about the wind? Look at the flags. They're just absolutely cracking.
Yep.
And you come off the tabletop, you're going straight into the wind.
Yeah. Well, that is a problem on the triple down there, because a lot of short courses have got a big body and it actually gets underneath them. That is becoming a problem.
I've noticed that very few of the cars also have the vents cut out, the rear-facing vents, the louvers. So
but it's like the short course is like a big sail when the wind gets underneath, and that can be a problem down there.
So are we going to see maybe more holes cut out, or
I think for the final you'll see more people do a double and a single than do the triple in one go, because it will be safer.
Right, okay. It's very interesting. So now we've got this is actually the fastest group of racers. So are there any sort of tips or anything that you maybe will look out for watching these guys run?
There's a few very, very quick cars in this race. The new French car is really, really good.
Is that the Ultron?
No, the Ultron is the Dutch car from the Netherlands, obviously. I think, no, that's an Ultron. Sorry, I'm just looking at the cars going around to find the right car.
Is it that blue and white one with the thing sticking out the side? The
no,
number
that's
11?
an Ultron as well.
Is that one of them?
I think it is number 2, heading to the triple now.
Okay.
The right hand down to the triple.
Oh yes, the green and white one.
Straight
This
over.
Is the first one coming down
that
straight.
Is a really nice looking car.
I must say, it looks very similar to the MCD.
Now, a lot of them look similar.
Yeah, I mean, but outwardly.
Yeah. When you look at that, you think, oh, well, it's a little bit Ultron, a little bit MCD. Maybe they've copied the best things out of both cars in the four-wheel drive, but it's. I was watching that car yesterday, and it does look very good. Very good.
Have you looked up? Have you looked at it without the body shell on?
No, I plan to do that tomorrow morning. Well, there's always things to look at, even though I'm not in this class. This is the buggy class.
Oh yeah.
There's always suspension and shocks and what they're playing with. It's a very nice car.
And which one do you know if any of these are the Ultron?
Yes. The number 1 is, the number 3 is. There's actually quite a large amount of Ultrons in the top 10 in this heat.
Okay. And was it the number 2 that is the that we were looking at?
Hang on, are you on the right heat?
Sorry, yeah. Oh yes, Roman.
Yeah, that's the French car.
And
Tim van der Elst.
What's the name of that one?
Tim van der Elst is Ultron. Ken Wolkers is Ultron. Sven is MCD. I don't know what he drives. Peter Hartmann is an Elcom.
Yeah.
Pecco is an MCD. I'm not sure on that one. Schweizer is an Elcom.
Yeah.
And Esser is an Ultron.
And what's the name of the French car?
APF, I think. I'm sure somebody will correct us on the commentary if I've got it wrong. I think it's an APF.
Okay, that's very interesting. I mean, another interesting point is that last year's two-wheel drive winner, Peter Hartmann, is now running four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Which, and at least the drivers, I talked to them separately, and they both said, it's really good to be swapping setups, and he tries one thing, I try another thing, and we compare notes, and which is obviously the team way to do it. But Patrick just a little bit faster than Petter at the moment, at least in the last round. We'll see where he's at. It's the 7 and the 10. They're actually together again.
It is the APF.
Okay. APF. So if you're out there and wondering what brands are out there, we've got Ultron APF is a new one. More Ultrons. MCD is a very popular one, and Elcon, of course, our event sponsor, is a very popular one as well. So current running order is Valkyrs. Yeah. That's a different. Is this an app?
Yep.
Oh, right. Okay. Current running order is Walter and Fernie and Valkyrs all swapping spots. Pekka Ivanen not having a great time again. He stopped once again, so saw a car being carried off, and unfortunately I think that was Pekka. So he's not going to qualify all that well. Petter Hartman also not doing maybe as good as he would like. Patrick Schweitzer hopping up into the second position now. So not doing so hot in the first round. And he's dropped down to fourth. It looks like, again, because the top 4 or 5 spots are swapping every time they come across the line, this tells us how close the actual racing is. So let's see, what car are we on now? On the 2. That's our second place man, Roman Walter, in that APF that Ian was just telling us about. So let's see, car 10 actually we didn't concentrate too much on him in the last run. Schweitzer, our defending European champion. Let's see if we can find the 0 out there. Is just about to come over the tabletop now, directly into the wind, into what I like to call the bowl hairpin, and then the flat hairpin, which is it's not so flat now, coming over the triple, making the triple easily. But then again, I forget that his car in particular, it looks like one of the two-wheel drives, so I got mentally tricked that it's a two-wheel drive. Ooh, and landing way off the track in the loose stuff. Over the second of the doubles. And that landing zone for these doubles getting rougher and rougher. Hitting the pipe. He's dropped down to third, but let's see where he pops in as they cross the line. It's a bit like Formula 1 qualifying when they all pop out. He's crossed in second. So who is car 4, Valkyrs? And then Ferry again, Walter. Oh, Schweitzer needing some marshalling assistance. So that's going to drop him further down the order. Oh, and hitting a pipe. He's completely missing the jump. Not the greatest run for Schweitzer. Car 2 is past him on track and also on the qualifying order into second lead, top spot. Let's follow that green car of the number 2 with the white wheels. Just ahead of Schweitzer, chasing the car 1, who is in second spot. So top 2 guys, I would say top 3, but Schweitzer's dropped way down the order after a hectic couple of laps. I wouldn't say that that's nerves. Would you say that maybe a racer's excuse would be something like rough track and the wind caught it?
I think he's under a bit of pressure, to be fair.
I would agree.
His first run wasn't very good.
Yeah.
And he's probably trying a little too hard now. And it's easily done as a racer.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So, Jim, let's stay on this car 1 and car 2. It's a battle. It's not necessarily on track. These guys are qualifying. They each have their own clock, but that number 1 car is that weird thing sticking out the side.
That is the air filter.
That Ultron car.
Yeah.
It is certainly unique.
And number 2 is that APF car that we were talking about.
Yep.
So they're having a good race.
They are certainly. Elcon with a battle on their hands in this one. Hartman and Schweitzer, the Elcon stars in this race. Oh, and Schweitzer again with the Marshall completely missing him. We didn't catch that, but on the tabletop, Schweitzer again went off the track and had to be rescued by a member of the public who had to had to lean over the track and rescue him. It was a bit like WRC fans pushing a car out of the woods so it can carry on. So where's our number 1 and 2? They're still leading away. Number 1 of Ferry Fernie, a name I'm not all that familiar with, I must be honest. Was Fernie in Austria last year?
Yes, I think so.
I just don't remember that name at all.
No, I'm not sure if he was running an Ultron last year. But those two do seem to be the class of the field at the moment, don't they?
Yeah, for sure. And we've got a dead car. I can't see the number on it. It's got a completely collapsed rear suspension and the wing is broken off it. Just in front of us. I want to say it's the number 11, but I can't be sure. So that's the number 1 and 2 finishing. So who's our TQ? I think it's going to be Ferry Fernie.
Yeah.
Is that that's okay. So, and that's car 1. Where's Ben just gone? He's just escaped. Well, we can't. We'll have to wait to get him afterwards anyway.
I will leave you to your commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. It's a very good insight, as always. I've always wanted to kind of not necessarily pick your brain because that would involve probably at least a couple of pints in your CNC little garage factory shed, whatever you've got, whatever you want to call it. If you want to see more about Ian, look up what's the name of what's the title of the YouTube video?
Odified. If you go on, if you use YouTube, it's Odified.
Yeah,
you'll see my Metro.
But your Metro.
Thing. Yeah.
Is it under the Odified thing as well?
Just put it under Odified. Everything's under Odified.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Ian Audi Metro. Just check that out. Google it. YouTube it. Find it on there.
That's my fun car. That gets me away from the.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much, Ian.
Okay. No problem. Thank you very much.
This is great stuff.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, so Ferry Fernie taking it in that funky Ultron car, taking the, well, not just the overnight TQ, once again, that's the overall TQ. And we were just chatting with Ian Audified Audi, or short course TQ man, looking in a good position to defend his. It's a very good starting point, I should say, to defend his title from last year in Fairing when he won it, short course European Championship. So the next group already out. So just very quickly run through the names. We have our Australian-Swedish racer, Callan Gunn. Dario Vaselli, the lone Croatian racer. Mayo Bucher, Martin Kraus, Palle Hornum, Eric Bellotti, Melanie Trotman, Samu Pavalainen, David Marikal, Ben van de Velden, and Valentin Kuziak. And they are out on the track right now. So the time has started for them. But first laps haven't really started coming through yet. So some interesting insights there from Ian. Obviously the track is evolving and changing with every round that goes past. We have some high traction areas. We have some smooth areas. We have some very heavily pitted areas. And obviously the drivers are well aware that the track will be changing and evolving. They'll, like you said, they'll be trying different lines to avoid the holes and maintain speed and keep the power down. Because obviously you can't do that very easily over gigantic potholes that are the size of your car, your model car. These holes that are in front of us are big. They are very, very large. And they're not going to be getting any smaller, basically. I did mean to ask him whether we're going to see any track maintenance get done. I doubt it. Track maintenance as in, by that I mean actual track repairs to fill in these holes. I don't think we're going to see any of that. So we're with our leader, car number 3, Maël Boucher. I don't want to jinx him yet, but I'm going to look for a particular car, and if he's out there running, we will give him a follow. I hope he is out there running, because it's a very, very long trip to make and not be completing your racing. There he is. Just coming out of the L is our Australian-Swedish racer, Callan Gunn. So we're following Callan, and he had a bad break on his front left, coming off of, I'm pretty sure that was a result of just landing straight onto just the front left of the car, coming off the big jump at the end of the straight, which is coming up right now, this jump right here. So that one, not the greatest of bounces, but I'm sure he's got some new bits on that front left, and it can maintain itself for the rest of the run. So there's about 7.5 minutes left in this race. I don't think we're going to have anyone threatening to usurp Ferry Fernie, who, unfortunately, I have no idea what Ferry looks like. And the driver in position 3, because he was in car, he's in position 1. I need to find position 1 out on the track, because that is the marshal position that Ferry is occupied in. I think it's down there in the chair. Need to get a photo of Ferry before we leave for the night. So somehow Callan Gunn has moved himself up into the top 2 positions. He was briefly flashing in the top position, so let's stick with Callan for a bit. He's working through this traffic. He's got the number 6 and 7 of Bellotti and Trotman ahead of him. Trotman is actually one of the, I think there's 2 female racers that we've got. And we don't like to, we like to celebrate our female racers without making it like a spectacle. It's like, ooh, there's a woman racer. But it is rare, especially at the European Championships. So he's worked his way past the number 6 already of Bellotti. Trotman is the next Oh, I think. No, she's already made her way past, I think it's the car 5 of Hornum. So I think that's the next car for... So as Callum works his way past these various cars, we can get some of the other cars on the coverage. So, it's just like a extra bonus for everybody. So number 5 cars next up. That's Pele Hornum. I'm not sure. I do my best, guys, with these foreign names. And whoa! And that is a tire that has just come off and flung itself into the end of the straight. So let's go to the number 4 car here, missing a left rear wheel. That has just flung itself into the fence at the end of the straight. The mechanic has retrieved the tire. He's on the radio, I'm sure, telling his driver, "Your tire's come off, mate. You need to come in. The mechanic has run off into the pits to get a replacement wheel nut. Another assistant mechanic has come in with a tire wrench, it looks like. So he's going to try and make it into the pits. He's in the pits. There we go. This is endurance racing. Okay. You got to do the repairs on that back bench. You can't do it in the pit lane itself. So they're trying to put another tire on. It looks like things are going okay. Just a loose wheel nut, basically, is all that is. Luckily, the marshal at the end of the straight was well out of the line of fire, but is protected by a very large metal fence. It's about waist high, and there we go. There's the car number 4. Back out, Martin Kraus in Czech Republic. Great job from his pit mechanics. He did lose a lap or 2 there, but that's a bit of extra added excitement for everybody for your viewing pleasure. And guess what? Who's behind them? We got Callum Gunn, our Australian-Swedish racer. So meanwhile, let's catch up with our racing. So Callan running 3rd at the moment, doing really, really well after having to pull off in the first run. So he's doing great. We don't want to curse him, so let's find car number 3 out there. Well, we've already followed car number 3. So car number 2 of Dario Pacelli, who is a very familiar paint scheme. And he's just coming out of the L now and about to go over the first of the doubles. Back into the sunlight very briefly. And over the second double now. I think we're going to start needing our lights on fairly soon. We have about 50 more minutes of racing. So we might need our lights on just at the very end. So it'll be quite iconic, I think. So we get Ben out here with his camera. I'm starting to feel kind of chilly, actually. I wish I brought my jeans. Thought it was going to be nice and warm and sunny all week, but no, it's been not cold and miserable, but wet and not as warm as I thought, basically. Dario coming down the straight once again. Former European champion in this category. Running in 2nd at the moment behind Boucher. And just ahead of Callan Gunn. Car number 11, Valentin Puziat, running in 4th. It's fine. 11. I don't think we followed... Oh, we have followed Puziat, I think. I seem to remember a paint scheme very much like it, coming over the second of the doubles. Puziat, one of the named... Oh, and a big... Well, that's a very lucky roll. Very lucky roll. Or a spin, I should say. Almost a pirouette. Not quite in midair, but something try to style it out. Good looking paint scheme, I must say. And over this first double. Drivers for the next race getting in position. Kuzia still popping back up into the fourth position. You can tell I think I'm getting cold and tired. My speech is starting to go. I don't know how these guys with the cold drinks down below us are managing it. And time has started to expire for everybody as they come across. And everybody has finished. So, Callan Gunn finishing, well, with a 5th overall. Well, 5th in this run. Let's see where that puts him. And let's see, this is 4-wheel drive. Ranking lists quali. So Ferry Fernie, as we said, confirmed as the TQ driver. Roman Voltaire, Don Krebaum, Ken Volkiers, Tim van der El, Sven Rodewald, Mael Butcher, Patrick Sveinser, 8th overall, Dario Verselli, 9th overall, Petter Hartman, 10th overall, Callan Gunn, 11th overall. Excellent run, Callan. Valentin Puziat, 12th overall. I think we're unlikely to see any major changes in the top 10. Next group out is going to be group 12, which has there's a few names further down, but yeah, I think top 12, maybe the top 15, unlikely to really shift a major amount. So I think that it's pretty much set our finals or semifinals. Next group of racers already out on the track. Just a little bit of, I'm trying to do a little bit of admin potentially. I'm going to find our French racer of Ferry Fernie, our overall TQ in four-wheel drive. Oh, sorry, Dutch racer. Right, so this group of racers that are out there now is Miroslav Jurenka, Frank Haler, Peter Saul, Leon Satchel, Christoph Sibilut. Yeah, I'm sorry, Christoph. I'm just going to say with Christoph. That's a difficult surname there. Sasha Punt in the car 6, Visa Sarja in the car 7, Marco Leitinen in car 8, Milan Rubinek, and Tobias Westhoff, and Michael Thompson in the car 11. And that is our group 12. After this, going to be group 11, and then group 10, which is going to be our final group of racers for, well, not just the evening, the night. The time has started. Gonna give it a couple of laps for things to settle down and drivers to start making their steady laps. The track is now completely enveloped in shadow. So anyone with slightly dodgy eyesight, it's just going to get worse and worse. We do have lights, but I don't think they're going to make very much of an effect at this point, because it's kind of in that, we're in that twilight sort of section, the shadows where the sunlight is still able to show. The shadows are very, very long. And just adding a light isn't going to do a whole lot. So there's 4 sets of lights out there at the corners of the track. The car coming into the pits, I'm not sure if that's for a penalty. No, it's for a repair. It's for a tire swap, which I really wouldn't do in the pit lane. That's really not where a tire swap should be done, or any sort of work at all. It's actually in the driving area of the pit lane, so it's not safe at all. So we're on lap 4 now, these racers. We're going to be looking for either car 8, 7, or 6. One of those 3 cars. Because they're still swapping around a little bit. So whichever one we spot first, we're going to, there's 8 and 7 together actually, just about to come over the second of the doubles. I think the 8 has just passed the 7, so that will probably be why. But they are together-ish on track, so if we can keep them both in shot. I imagine the picture's gotten fairly dark, so have you been swapping the ND? So I think we've got our moving camera back. So apologies for that. I don't know what happened. I apologize for that. I'm not sure where it stopped. Okay, Coops, where have you been? Okay, saying congratulations, Ian, and also lovely to see all the old drivers I race with. Kay asking, how's our Aussie doing? Hopefully you saw him finish, I think it was 5th in that last one. I think he's qualified 10th or 11th overall, if I remember right. But you can check that out on... you can check it out on myrcm.ch and see where he finished, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be basically where it's not going to be affected. So we do want to thank EFRA for allowing us to bring this coverage to you. EFRA organizes the European Championships with RC federations around the world and around the RC federations and tracks around Europe and the UK. So very happy to be here in the south of the Czech Republic. Let's swap to car 5 if we can find them. Let's see if we can find the car 5 out there. It's our second place driver. I believe it's going to be Christoph, our man Christoph. Sander Schulte saying, go, go, Gallon, not Swedish, but Australia. Yes, he's our Australian-Swedish racer. So current leader is Leitinen in the car 8, and then we have Christoph Sibilut, Visa Sarger, Frank Haler, Peter Saul, Miroslav Jurenka, Michael Thompson, Milan Rubinek, Tobias Westhoff. Sasha Punk has stopped running, and Leon Satchel didn't get started in this one, unfortunately. Oh, and we have car 0. Go to the car 0 just after. Oh, he's come off. He's missing basically his tire. His left rear tire has come off completely. Still out there with no traction at the back end. So, yeah, you can see that left rear. He pulls off to make sure he doesn't take anybody else out with him. So, good racing, and just unfortunate, just whatever happened there. Obviously, you see, trying to make a right turn, and because it's the left rear, just goes completely around. But yeah, he's going to be black flagged essentially and told to come in and pit, and that is the end of that car's run. So, now see, it looks like his mechanic doesn't have a, find the car 7, I suppose, out there. So if he and his mechanic had a a headset. He could say, I've lost my rear tire. Go run to the pit like the guy in the last race and get me a spare tire and a wheel wrench and swap the tire, please. But all I could do was just pull in, basically. So very unfortunate, but that is the run. I hope he had a good run in his first qualifying heat. Normally these guys have 6 qualifying runs, but this time, because of rain, basically down to 2. We could have had 3, but that would mean we'd be here until after midnight, and I don't think anyone wants that, especially the neighbors that are only just a couple hundred yards away. These cars, pretty loud, and just how it goes. So everyone has finished. So finishing order: Lahtinen, Christoph, Sarja, Saul, Haler, Urenka, Thompson, and Rubinek. So that is Group 12 complete and done and dusted for the week. Just in case to catch everybody up, 2 rounds of qualifying today because of rain. Issues tomorrow all day, finals from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We are here for you, RC Racing TV, bringing you coverage of the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships here from Starec in southern Czech Republic. We're also bringing you live coverage from Türkheim in Germany of the electric touring car European Championships, including Fronty and I believe F1 as a cup race, because there's not quite enough to be a European Championships. Rain is heavy rain is predicted for Saturday, so there will be no running on Saturday. So we will do all of the finals, low finals, sub-finals, and the main final, finishing at, approximately 9 p.m. We don't know an actual schedule yet. We will be here as early as we can tomorrow morning to bring you RC Racing TV's live coverage of the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships from the Czech Republic. So, how would you like to be a hero? Everyone wants to be a hero. Everyone loves a hero, right? So you can be a hero by joining the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. Just click the join button on whatever tablet, phone, browser window, whatever you can find. Find the join button on RC Racing TV and click that join button. What do you get for it? Well, you get a sheet of RC Racing TV stickers sent to you. You can only get them by being physically present at an event that RC Racing TV is covering. Or you can join the YouTube channel. You will also get priority follow requests when you ask us to follow a particular car, no matter what it is, when it is, where it is, what class it is. You ask us to follow a particular driver, and we will follow that driver for sure. You also get a cool highlighted name badge in the YouTube chat, and also a cool little icon next to your name, the RCTV icon, that you can see some of our heroes using that as well in the chat. So make sure and do that. And you can also help support RC Racing TV, support RC Racing, which supports RC. You can do that by buying an RC Racing TV shirt, hoodie, or hat on rcracingtv.com. Use the code RC Racing or RCTV10, that's RCTV10, to get 10% off your first order. How amazing is that? That's really cool. So you can look cool, be cool, and just know you're cool by being a hero and wearing the RCTV merch. Meanwhile, we have got Group 11 out on track, and that is Chris Voigt, Glenn Kops, Hanno Cruz, Ole Klinge, Ricardo Degus, Martin Fitzpatrick, Christian Chimsky, Alexander Kuhn, Dennis Zimmerman, and Peter Schmidt. And they're out on track right now. This is their second of 2 qualifying runs. Throw out the worst result, keep the best result, and there you go. That is qualifying. Simple, quick, done, and simple. Did I say simple twice? Because that's how simple it is. Right, Jim? Yes, very simple. Or you can just be blabbing away and not even really knowing what you're saying. Just roll with it. Woo! It's been a long day. It has been a very long day. So 9 minutes remaining in this one. 9 minutes to go. So let's see who our leader is. It's car 0 after just a couple of laps. Are we on him? We're on the 0 car of Peter Schmidt, who I'm going to guess is potentially, possibly related to Alex Schmidt. But I think there's an extra D in there, so maybe it's not Alex Schmidt. Every time I think there's a name that sounds familiar. No, there it is. Yes, it is the same spelling of name, and they're both from Germany. So I'm going to guess that potentially they are somehow, somewhat related. I don't like to make assumptions. But, Alex Schmidt and Peter Schmidt running, well, one running in two-wheel drive, the other running in four-wheel drive. So that makes it handy if one is pitting and mechanicking for the other. So I do hope that we have plenty of people watching still, because there's still plenty of action to come. There's this race and one more. This race and one more. So we've been asked to follow car 5 and potentially car 2. So the lights are on. I think it is making a mild bit of difference at the moment, but it's still fairly, I mean, not bright. It's definitely darker than it was at full sunlight. But car 5 is just coming out of the pit lane now, the blue car. So there's one of our requests, follow requests. And we do like to make sure our diehard fans who are still watching the second to last qualifying run that is out there, and he's actually with the car 2. Well, no, car 5 is stopped. He's come out of the pits and he's stopped once again. That wasn't me. That's on you guys. For who is that? Unfortunately, that's Ricardo de Guis. So let's see if we can find the car 2. There we go. That's our Belgian racer, I think, of Kops, going Kops. Very good. All right, excellent. We've got Ferry Fernie, which is a very unique name. I don't remember. I mean, I would remember that name if I remember hearing it from last year because I was saying everybody's name. So, you know what I'm looking for though forward to tomorrow though, chaps. That waffle. That was a good waffle. Ben, you got to try the waffle tomorrow. Ben's not sure. Ben can't hear me. The waffle? Remember the waffle for breakfast? You can't hear me at all. Okay, it's all right. I'll eat the I'll have Ben's waffle then. So we're on the car 2 of is it Kops or Coops? Kops. Glenn Kops from Belgium. So I think I know we're following another Belgian racer. I don't know if it was this one, but certainly the same paint scheme-ish. I just saw an amazing thing that we didn't capture on camera. I saw 2 cars go over the big jump side by side and not take each other out. But then coming around just before the first of the doubles, they definitely did take each other. And we got a broken car. The big jump takes out another car. It's broken, mate. It's broken. It's broken. The number 1. Who is that? That's Christoph Voigt. Big somersaulty crash, and there goes a €50 suspension arm, probably. Those things, not cheap. Solid machine, aluminum. Certainly a drain on the pocketbook there. Who's this saying next year HBI Baja class? Where were you guys in 2008, 2009, 11, 10, 8 through 11, I think we had Baja races. We actually were at the Racco 2000 track was, I think, the final one that we did, or the second to last one, I'm not sure. I think it was the final one that we did. I think that was 2011. Still have the shirt. And I say we because I organized it. That was me. So, car 2, my best, I think that says my best friend Glenn. Yes, I think we've been on the car 2 for quite a bit. So hopefully you haven't given them the camera's curse or the commentator's curse. We're not really talking about them too much, so there's not much of a commentator's curse that we can attribute to anything that might potentially happen. And I think it has gotten dark enough now that we are definitely seeing the benefit of the lights. Car 1 being carried off. The unfortunate Christoph Voigt. So one more run after this one. Group 10. We are watching Group 11 at the moment. Counting backwards through each of the categories. There's another car going somersaulting. Seems to be going straight. That's the car 7 of Christian Chinsky. Okay, so let's give Glenn Kops a hand and thank him for driving so well around this track, to be honest. I mean, as the light is going, the track has completely changed from the last time these guys were out. It's way more rutted. The holes are actually really hard to see for these guys. Just getting around the track is an achievement. So it's a very difficult prospect to get around now. No joke. So, 1 minute and just under a minute and a half remaining in this group. Group 11. So what's going to happen after this one? Well, obviously Group 10 is going to go out, and then we'll have our official TQs. Although we've already done all the photos and everything, we're going to be posting them online. On the EFRA Facebook page. So remember, EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles, is the race organizer and I suppose promoter, I guess, for the European Championships RC Racing Series. In fact, there's, like I said, there's one happening as we speak in Türkheim in Germany. So we have another team from the RC Racing TV crew is out there in Germany, bringing that to you this weekend, and hopefully they have better weather and are able to run on the Saturday, just as we are not able to. So we've been bringing you summer racing. This is actually the last weekend of racing for RC Racing TV until the Nitro Buggy Euros in Alicante, Redevon in Spain. So that is coming up at the end of this month, actually. It spills over a little bit into September. But basically, that will be the final event of the year for RC Racing TV and EFRA, bringing you live coverage. Time has just expired for these guys. Next group out is group number 10. And after them is the race directors and timekeepers will be... Can you, Laszlo, can you send that to me? Can you send me that picture? Yeah, some very pretty, apparently there's a beautiful sunset behind us that we absolutely cannot see. It is beautiful.
3 minutes to start.
Yes, so after this next group of racers are finished with their 10-minute qualifying run, that will be the last one for the evening. So the timekeepers will set the race schedule for tomorrow and discuss that with the EFRA representatives, and I don't think there's going to be a team manager meeting. There might be. There usually is at the end of each day. And then another one potentially to start the day. But basically, I'm just saying we don't know what the schedule necessarily is going to be. We know we're due to start roughly at 9 in Central European time. So make sure to mark that down if you're wanting to see the large-scale off-road boys and girls out on track once again tomorrow for their finals. It's going to be a busy, busy day. It's going to be lots and lots of good racing, lots and lots of good drivers out here. Some not new names, but some mildly unexpected names, I should say. Some pleasantly surprising names appearing at the top of the... I think we have a broken car already. Haven't even finished the formation lap, and a car is broken. That is very unfortunate. I hope they had a good run in the first qualifier. I'll tell you what, after this one, and their races... Their time starts in about 1 minute. I'll tell you what, I'm ready for some dinner. A natural break and a dinner, and then pack up. Luckily, we have a very light amount of equipment to pack up, but we do have to pack up.
30 seconds to start.
So 30 seconds to go before these drivers are out. So let's read you off who is in this one. I hear you asking. We've got Angelo Zuger, Richard Lufkin, Carol Masick, Thomas Rhine, David Lockhamper, Julide Yaman, Christian Williams, Bohumer Hula, Marcus Schmitz, and Neil Clark. I'm going to let you guys figure out who the British racer is. Okay, so almost one last time. Let's see what in the chat. We got over 50 people still watching this. Thank you guys for sticking around. So Sander Schulte saying the 24-hour Baja, HBI Baja Challenge of Denmark was the last one. Okay. I thought, yeah, I had that mixed up. RCTV Matt was there as well. I remember that as the old Peter Harder track. I don't remember what he actually called it, but yeah, set up by his father and basically on the grounds of their family farm with the their distribution warehouse right next to it. I don't remember it being 24 hours. I remember it definitely being 12 hours. First one was in Spain, then we did Germany at the Nürburgring. Holland at the Racco 2000 track. And Denmark, last one. They never went completely smoothly, but it was always there were always moments of good fun. So I hope everyone who attended those remembers them fondly, and maybe just skip aside the difficult bits. The lights definitely coming into their own now. We definitely have some good lighting on track. It's gotten definitely darker and darker in the skies. We got someone shouting, "Go, David!" So that means we must follow car number 5. So car number 5 out there. It's David Lockhamper. I don't see the timing going. Has the timing stopped? Maybe I just need to refresh my webpage on my phone. Lockhamper looks like he's running 3rd or 4th. Nope, not according to the... So 6th. Okay, so yeah, my browser had to catch up. So it looks like we have 3 non-starters in this one. And who's this? Well, the car just sat in pit lane. We don't know what it is. Let's find the car 5. David Lockhamper, and take care of our follow requests. This is another very high attrition one. We've only got 5 cars running now. Well, 3 didn't start. 2 have stopped running. 1 stopped in the pits. Marshall, the mechanic, needs to be a little bit more careful. So this is the last run of the night. Looks like if you're wanting to see what the final tomorrow is going to end up like for this class, actually. Pretty much like this, we think. Under the lights. And, yeah. This is what it's going to look like. So I hope these drivers with the dark paint schemes are going to be putting some extra number stickers on their car or something like that, because it's going to be a little bit difficult to see. Dan Hansen telling me, yes, the old Peter Harder track is called HRC Art in Hillerød, Denmark. That sounds familiar. They do a large 1/8 event called NXC. You should come and broadcast that. Well, how about this? You tell them you want to see it broadcast live on YouTube, and anybody, the club Facebook page, whatever, and they can contact RC Racing TV, and let's make a deal, man. Let's get out to Denmark. I did enjoy my time there. Would love to go back once again. Actually saw Peter Harder out at in Alicante last year for the Worlds. So it was nice to. I didn't really get to catch up with him, but it was good to see him. See him on Facebook, of course. But you don't really talk to people on Facebook. You just see them and see what they're up to a little tiny bit of what they choose to share. But it was good to see Peter. So 4 1/4 minutes remaining in this one. Last qualifying run of the day. Last qualifying run of the week, of the whole event. So, like I was saying, after this one, tomorrow is an all-day kaleidoscope of finals. I'm not sure what finals are going to be starting at. I don't know what time we're going to be starting at, but be ready. I would say from about at least 8:30, keep your eyes glued on the EFRA and RC Racing TV social media pages to find out what we're doing and when. It's going to be a very busy and a very long day for us. We need to try and have some electrical power here in the tent. We're going to have to borrow another EU plug set so we can plug our fantastically huge British plugs into them using various adapters and whatnot. Can never have too many adapters. It's one thing I've definitely learned in my many years of doing RC Racing TV. Can never have too many sound, video, power, all sorts of adapters, even USB adapters. And at this point, I'm just talking nonsense because it's the very end of a very long day. So thank you very much for sticking around, everybody. We do appreciate it. Definitely, we've got about 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in this one. Running order currently. Okay, so someone is telling us in chat. Thank you very much, Sander. It's Dan saying provisional timetable says 9 o'clock. So I don't know if that's updated for today. Or if that was if that's the original potential timetable from before the event started. What was I going to look at? I was going to look at the current positions. So currently, we've got Christian Williams, Richard Lufkin, Carl Masick, Angelo Zuger, Julide Yaman, and we have a couple of drivers who have dropped out and 3 drivers who didn't start. So just 5 cars out on track. And I would say even the white-colored one is not that easy to see. So I hope these guys are prepared. Obviously, most people running the same, well, I mean, everyone's running the same paint scheme that they are used to. So we're going to start having the drivers start finishing their drives pretty soon. Got less than 30 seconds left. So there we go. First car is finished. Cars 1 and 3 are finished. Just waiting for Christian and Julide to come across. Christian has come across with taking the win in this heat. So there we go. That is it for the day of racing here. Thank you very much for watching. We do appreciate it. We love you. We thank you very much for watching and sticking with us all day. For those of you who have, we hope to see you again tomorrow. We're going to be broadcasting live all day on the RC Racing TV Facebook and YouTube channels, as well as EFRA Facebook and YouTube channels. So please check out EFRA.ws if you want to learn more about RC racing in your neck of the woods. If you're in Europe, at least, you can learn all about your federation, how EFRA rules get made, how EFRA tracks get chosen. All of that good and tasty stuff that people always seem to complain about, but never really take the time to try to learn. They just kind of, anyway, I'll leave that. That's a rant for another time. But so from me, Frank McKinney, and Jim Little on camera, and Ben Clark on the video duties. Thank you very much for watching this live coverage from Starec, Czech Republic, for the EFRA 2023 Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Elcon Models, RCCarOnline.de, and RC Fox. Thank you so much to our sponsors, to everyone watching, to James and Matt at home producing all this coverage for you guys. Thank you so much for watching. And come back 9 a.m. tomorrow, Central European Time. We will be live here from Starec for you, and we'll see you then. Thank you very much. Goodbye.